Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Hello, everybody. How are you doing tonight? Welcome, Mirabelle. Good to see you in here. How is everybody doing this evening? Yes, it is 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. What's Astro doing? I'll tell you what's going on. This is what's going on. We have some of the clearest skies in a long time. It is so good to have the cover off the telescope and taking some live images of outer space tonight. I am excited for tonight. Tonight we are, I want to say, it's got to be for the first time on stream, we are utilizing the new Optolong L-eXtreme filter. And this is a dual narrowband filter. What does a dual narrowband filter mean? I'll tell you about that in just a little bit. But my name is Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and here on this stream, we like to share live images of outer space as often as possible, showing you guys something cool, something different that you wouldn't usually be able to see with your own eyes. And tonight, we are looking at M81. Our starting image is Bode's Nebula. This image we're looking at right now, this is an old image, because what we are using is a different filter. This one is designed this filter we shot with this galaxy is a broadband filter, letting in as much light as possible. Tolkien Otaku, good evening. How are you doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Good to see you in here tonight. It has been a day. We'll talk about that a little more later on. But I am very happy that we have the cover off the telescope tonight. We are imaging. We have stacks and stacks of images already. Astro Beard, how you doing, sir? Good to see you in here, man. How have you been? Yes, we got the cover off the scope. We are imaging tonight. Like I said, it is on Bode's Nebula. Life is good. Excellent. Has everything going according to plan with your relocation? Hopefully that's doing well tonight. But yeah, we are imaging. We got the cover off the telescope, and this is one of those forecasts that I'm always a little skeptical on the. You'll find 1/2 credit for a sotto voce violation of global morality.
May the dew stay off your mirrors, D.
Rams Reef, how are you doing? Thank you very much for the 50 bits. Greatly appreciated. Yes, we got the dew heaters are running. There is very little going on with humidity, but as always, in increments of 50 bits, there's a Ghost Pepper Peanut. First one of the evening. Rams Reef, thank you. Appreciate that very much. Oh, man. I gotta say, that first pepper, that first one always, that one always hurts. Oh boy, there it goes. I feel like I'm gonna get hiccups. But hey, also, if you guys want to check out something cool, another thing that's a little different on Twitch, go check out Ramsey for some absolutely relaxing times. Watching some fish in a fish tank in an aquarium. Go check it out. But the Ramsey, thank you so much for the 50 bits. You eat it. You eat it and you like it. It is good. Again, it's the first one I have. I still also have a little bit of dinner because I just got in. So, yes, clearing the sinuses out. I can see like 20 seconds into the future. It is fantastic. Each pepper always, they always hit a little different. How's it going, Mighty Knees? Good to see you. Astrobade, you're in the new place. Land is still settling and much needs to be done. Can't wait to get all the gear out sometime. You've done some visual. Awesome. Well, that's amazing to hear. Glad to see that things are moving along, and you get some time at least for visual and start to get settled in. Do I find love? Am I rich and famous? Who is the prime minister? Are the kids still listening to rock and roll? Sure. A little bit. Bryan Adams, and always. No, Ramsey, no worries. I love seeing different things on Twitch. I know the norm is video games, but if there's other places people can relax and hang out in and just enjoy some different sites, I think it's fantastic. I love to see so many different things out here. So speaking of different things, we're going to be taking some different views of targets tonight. Now we are kind of edging into galaxy season. And what galaxy season means is that the Milky Way is largely going to be sitting below our horizon whenever we're looking at the night sky. So right now we have a little bit of Milky Way targets available to the northwest. So we will jump over to some other targets a little later, possibly over to the Flaming Star Nebula and maybe even the Tadpoles. But what I wanted to do was get a little bit of time on Bode's Nebula. Now this target is available all night long, but I wanted to show the big difference of what we can see with a broadband filter and our hyper narrowband. No, that's not hyper. That's too much hyperbole on that. Our extremely narrowband filter for what we're using tonight. But Sea Spring, how you doing? Good evening to you. Hopefully having a good night, a good Sunday. Hopefully everybody's had a good weekend. It's wonderful to see you all in here tonight. So this is our image of M81 that we shot a while back. And what are the details on this? Can I see details? I don't think I can. But this was taken as our broadband filter, letting in a great deal of light and across the visible spectrum, cutting off only a few little areas that don't really matter that much to astrophotography. There's not a lot of interesting data, more light pollution lies in that. But what we're doing right now is we're imaging that same galaxy in the narrow band. We got about 10 images stacked up at 3 minutes, and you can see there's a fairly considerable difference in the structure of the galaxy, where much of those bands, the double-barred spiral arms of this galaxy, are becoming a little obscured. And we're seeing more of the nebulae, much like how we have nebulae in our galaxy. That information, that detail is popping through, and that is looking very nice. This will make some, even right away, that L-eXtreme that's making some interesting structures in there that we can really highlight a lot of these H-alpha targets. The hydrogen is the one of the main emissions in the universe, one of the most abundant molecules. Astro Caleb, how you doing? Good to see you in here. I apologize. I'm listening to myself right now. And I feel like I'm sounding like a little worse for wear at the moment. And yes, it is I can feel it. That HA, I know, eh? That is beautiful. That's looking awesome. This is about 30. I already got 30 minutes started on this target. And if we stretch it, this like really start to stretch this, but you can still see this red here, those are hot pixels, though that is not an HA signal. But we don't have any dark frames on here, but you can see those pockets of hydrogen alpha. And the more time we can put into this, the more details we can really isolate in some future images. But that's looking really cool. So we'll stay on this target for a little bit, and then we'll move over to a different nebulous target, so we could really separate a lot of those, or isolate. We're not separating any details. We're isolating a lot of these wavelengths, and this is a dual band filter, and it is basically capturing in the red band and a little bit in the more in the blue end of the spectrum. Most of the imaging inside, in the middle, it doesn't really get captured in with the green pixels on here. So we have to put a lot more integration time on these narrowband targets. On narrowband images using a color camera like what we use. And I think already for what we're seeing here, I have to see if we have some other images of bodes with the tri-band filter. But I mean, already looking at this, I feel I need to find a target, pardon me, that has some very bright stars, so we can see how much of a halo starts to develop around with this filter, if any. Just to see how that's going to look. But it is, I'm liking how this is looking. We will stay on this target for a bit, but then we'll move over to another more nebulous target that will look a little better with this filter. So we'll continue with that. We'll be doing some live imaging tonight. I will intend to go as long as possible, but I do know that I will go back to M106 and we'll start taking images on that galaxy, because I've gathered a great deal of data on that target in broadband and with the L-eXtreme filter off stream. So that is the target we'll finish off with for the evening. But in the meantime, we're going to go after we're going to try to find some other galaxies, other nebulous targets that are usually unavailable to us, or at least to compare and contrast with the filter we're using tonight. This is the Optolong L-eXtreme filter, and I did win this in a contest, courtesy of Sean Nielsen, Visible Dark, on one of his YouTube broadcasts. And I'm considering myself, again, very fortunate that we were able to to win this filter, add it to the collection. It was something that we wanted to get for a while. And I feel like I really want to highlight this one tonight. And for any future streams, just to be able to show what kind of results we can get we're using an 8-inch telescope tonight, and we're using the ASI 533 MC Pro. NASA Muffin, how you doing? How are you? It was a tremendous win. I was I was like, did he really say the winner is Astro Canuck? And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, how much immediately, what all of a sudden what we can do with this filter and highlight some awesome areas of the night sky. And I think what we're going to do very shortly, this is already, do I have a, so there's your broadband image. You can see a little bit of those pockets of hydrogen alpha, but they're really not even that pink. And you can see more of the structure of the double barred spiral galaxy. So the double bar meaning that you can see two distinct arms rotating around the center of the galaxy, whereas you're going to see spiral galaxies, which it is basically a nice structure without any massive separation. Or you'll have elliptical galaxies, and those ones are much farther away that we're going to see, and then you're going to have some edge-on galaxies where you don't even get to see the overall structure. But keeping in mind this image, if there's only a way I could do like a quick blink comparator on this, but hopefully you can catch that difference of how much more hydrogen alpha we can see. So in this wavelength, in the visible spectrum, the hydrogen alpha sits near the 656 nanometer range, on the lower end of the energetic frequencies for visible light. Science Streams, Balint, how are you doing, friend? Good to see you this evening. How's it going? Good to see you. So for the visible spectrum, what is it that we are seeing? Let's get this image there. Yes, you know, it is a great evening, and it's a great evening, and I feel like I sound a little worse for wear. Today was our memorial service for the old balls for my dad, and it was I don't want to say it was like the best funeral ever, but in terms of being able to celebrate his life and being able to share stories, provide some levity and humor, and there has been a while since the 3rd of March he passed, and there has been that time for that grieving process, and I feel like this was like a perfect time that we've had the sadness, but while it still is prevalent, we're able to speak a little more freely and be comfortable with our memories and sharing these thoughts. And I feel everything went really, really well. But overall, I can't say I appreciate that, Balint. It was the rough day. It would be different if it was much closer to the passing. So I really, really do appreciate the outpouring of support as well from the community offline in the DMs. And yes, he was going to be sorely missed, but at the same time, he has been there for myself and my brother and my mom for so long, and just telling how proud he is of what we do. And I want to be able to carry on that memory of sharing what I love with more people, and just being able to keep on doing what has made him so proud of myself and my brother. And I thank everybody as well, once again, for the support. So it has been a very long weekend, but at the same time, I was keeping an eye on this weather. It was looking to be clear. We're driving home, and even this image that I shared on Twitter just before we were going live. You know, this was. Oh no, wait! I didn't. I had a different image. Anyway, it was. This was my image outside. As soon as we pulled into the house, it's so incredibly clear. Blutter. Oh boy. Butter flying. Oh my God. We'll get there. Buttery fingers frizzle. Hello. Welcome. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? It was such a clear night and a clear drive on the way home. It was. I mean, I was so looking forward to this forecast, and it held up. It's holding up. This is the image that we're getting right now of this galaxy, 12 million light years away, and this is the telescope that we're using tonight. Are you good? Lurking around? No worries. I appreciate lurks. I appreciate the lurks. Hopefully you're doing well tonight. But we are happy to have everybody in here. As always, we are aiming to take live images of outer space. First time catching you lives since you hit the follow. Well, I appreciate you joining us. I understand, you know, we there's always all sorts of things that are going to take us away from doing any streaming, and I was contemplating on the way home, was I going to stream or was I just going to image? But I feel that I really wanted to share everything with everybody tonight, and this has been one of the first clear nights in quite a while. So being able to get the telescope out and share these images, and using a new filter as well. This is because where I live in, there's very little light pollution. However, depending on the filter that you use, you can capture different details of a target. So using a narrowband filter, like picking out very, very specific wavelengths in the visible spectrum, we are highlighting different details. Galaxies are best imaged by utilizing the mass majority of the visible spectrum. You really wanted to, but your body said not tonight, and you love the sky. Well, listen, I'm glad to have you in here. Happy to share these images of the night sky and talk about astronomy and astrophotography, and sometimes the philosophy that comes along with it, and just being able to having those a little bit deeper thoughts about the universe and just trying to wonder a little more. What's going on, Alex? It is a clear night tonight. You can even see the stars already. You can see the stars in the infrared cam. They're that bright. I can't wait till your house gets built so you can have your sun in sky room. Oh, that sounds good. That's awesome. I've recently moved, and this is back in September, moving into this new place. So we haven't had a full year in the new house yet. So we're still getting a feel for the rhythms of with the seasons and what we can do. But there are plans for what we want to be able to do on our property here, including doing live star parties and opening up our fields to bring in more people with their own telescopes and sharing this time with the night sky. So it's it's aiming to do more than what we're doing here on Twitch. It's a great deal of science communication that I want to do, and just share these moments with people in up close and personal, close-ish, still respecting distances. But yes, this is this image right now is where is my little companion? I had a tablet.
Holy potatoes.
That would give me all the information. Orion, how are you doing? Welcome. Good to see you in here. So yes, this is Bode's Nebula. This is 12 million light years away. And it is a double-barred spiral galaxy. And what we're looking at right now, you can see that bright nucleus is showing through, where there is you have a supermassive black hole in the center of this galaxy, but it's the little red and pink pockets outside of this target. That these areas are rich in hydrogen alpha, and there are star-forming regions. So much like how we have the Orion Nebula, and which is one of the nearest stellar nurseries to us in our galaxy. This galaxy as well has those pockets of star development. Yes, you're doing well. Excellent. Wonderful. Yeah, doing good tonight. Overall, doing really well. I took a pic of the moon one night, posted it to Facebook. Moments later, your friend shared theirs. That was awesome. Amazing how many of us share the same moon at different places. No, that is amazing. There is a chance that we will get some views of the moon later tonight, depending on how long we go with the stream. Like I said, it has been a very long day, but I did want to be able to get the cover off the scope and share these images with everybody, because it's been quite a while since we've had time doing some live astrophotography, and that's kind of what I want to do on this channel. So when we don't have any clear skies, we'll be doing live images of astrophotography. And today, Sunday, is usually our lazy Sunday Lego, but I was out of town, so that was not possible at the moment. But usually we will be building some Lego sets. What's going on, little cute girl? How are you doing? Good to see you tonight. You love the moon? It amazes you, and on different sizes and being able to see it. I think it is. It's one of those. It's our nearest satellite, our nearest neighbor, our nearest sibling, I would say. And sometimes you'll glance up at the moon, and that'd be about it. But as soon as you get a telescope or even binoculars and start getting a little bit more closer to the moon, it really starts to draw you in. Little cute girl just chilling. Well, good to see you. Glad to have you in here. Pardon me. Now, your mom calls you when it's orange, and you cry because you can't always see it. And there's some of those signs that there's some nice moon rises. And if we are inundated by clouds, that is kind of the norm on here. I'm hoping that spring and summer will yield to some better weather. We would be starting these live imaging sessions a little later, possibly maybe even about this time, about 10:30 Eastern Daylight Time. But we will still have periods of astronomical darkness when the sun is no longer impacting our view on the night sky. Excuse me. Ryan, you can relate. You've often found yourself just sitting at the window looking out at it. Now, there are times when I sit out looking at the moon and just cursing it because the thing is sitting in our way of a lot of the targets that we want to image sometimes. So the moon, if you are not aiming to image the moon that night, and you wanted to get some nebulous targets out towards the east, or the west if you're in the southern hemisphere, it can be a bit of a pain. So we do riff on the moon quite a bit, but I think at those times when we can get those interesting views, looking at the areas of where there were Apollo lunar landings, it can be very interesting because you can see some of the depths of the craters. When it's a full moon, you see this complete disk. It looks very flat, almost featureless, aside from looking at the darker mare areas. But once it starts to come in or out of phase, you can see some of the valleys and mountains created by the craters and the early volcanic activity on the moon. Then you can really see that there's such a difference in the entire terrain. I think your favorite time of year is when Venus is nice and bright. It's always so easy to spot. There was a... I agree. I love catching Venus because I see walking home when I was back in the UK, walking back to the to my train, I would always be looking up at Venus and then kind of peeking around and seeing that everybody else is not really noticing this bright star in the sky. Nobody's taking notice to it. I'm thinking that's another planet that we're able to easily see. And I know it's like you were all focused on our tiny little ecosystem down here, but there's so many wonderful sights to see up in the night sky, and being able to know what that is and wanting to just grab someone and say, "Look, that's another planet up there that we're seeing." And it's not just our moon, but it's another planet in our solar system. It's being illuminated. Have I captured the Aurora Borealis? I have yet to do that. A little bit of the problem that we have is that the aurora sometimes doesn't often follow the curve that we would like. So I'll use this map as a bit of an example. This is our area, Central Ontario. Let's see if we can stop that. Sometimes you'll see if there is heavy aurora action, and that's caused by solar flares. And when there is more, we're approaching solar maximum at this point. The sun's activity is starting to increase, which will mean that we're going to see more activity with the aurora. But sometimes you'll see that it'll come down this way and then go, "See you later," and then just spoil everybody in the Pacific Northwest. So I've noticed even that I've moved farther north from Toronto, it still hasn't greatly improved our chances of seeing any of the aurora. I have witnessed the aurora by going incredibly farther north, and that's going to into the Northern Territories of Canada. We saw it for a little bit. It wasn't as bright and active, but it was still there. There was this eerie little bit of green tint up in the sky that was, pardon me, just moving around a little bit. So those journeys, again, I count myself very lucky, very fortunate to be able to take a look at those, to see those sights and be able to be in such a remote area. But we were near an arena, a hockey arena, so there was still a lot of the parking lights. So we needed to drive just a little bit farther out of town. You captured it, but it's very blurry. See, I've never aimed to capture the aurora before, so I am not offhand. I'm not quite sure what would be the best technique to try to image them. Whether it would be like getting a series of images and stacking it up quickly, or if it is just one long exposure to try to get those details. So we have been imaging this galaxy for 17 images, 17 subs, and I'm really liking the detail we're getting out of this. You can barely see the outer arms. You can see a little bit of the detail there, but again, the more important thing, this part right here, this is not important. Those are called hot pixels, and those can be easily calibrated out by taking subframes or calibration frames for astrophotography. Taking a single image with your camera of a target such as a galaxy isn't always going to net you the best image, because you're going to have to guide the telescope. There is a little we can't see it right now because where the scope is pointing, but there's a smaller telescope with a little camera on top that will track a series of stars. Actually, we can go into our guiding, and it'll watch for any movement on the mount. So it'll track these series of stars to make sure they're in the right place, and the telescope is going to stay nice and stable. So we can do these, increased like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on your mount for a single exposure. but you want to be able to get as much signal, which would be the galaxy and all the stars surrounding it, and eliminating the noise. Noise being all of like hot pixels and like all of this blotchiness around there. That's noise that you don't want. That's going to impact your imaging. So stretching this to an extreme level where it's not going to look like a really interesting image, but we can start to see more of the details surrounding this. So I can back it off just a tiny bit. What we'll do is I'll wait for this image to complete. We'll save it and we'll move over to a more nebulous target. So hopefully we can get, hopefully we're a little lucky when there's more solar activity, seeing the aurora this far south. Usually it is the northern lights, and it does mainly kind of stay up in those the higher northern latitudes. So let's wait for this to go through, wait for it to load up. And we're doing a live stack, so it's going to stack these images. The telescope does move a little bit every image just to try to randomize the noise. You can tell it's moving with so many images because of where these hot pixels go. So it's as a final image, this wouldn't be the best because you would be dealing with all these. But there are ways to fix that even if you don't take your calibration frames. I will save this image. I think that's looking very, very cool. I'm liking how that looks. Maybe bring it in a tiny bit more. Back that off a little bit. And we'll save that down. You posted the 3 best photos you got. Okay, cool. Yeah, excellent. Happy to check that out. All right, let's stop that live stack. Go back to we're using the ASI Air Plus. That is one of these devices here. This is the original version from ZWO. It's a Raspberry Pi computer that will plug into your network or connect wirelessly, and you can control your telescope and your cameras, and it'll save all your images. This original version doesn't do as much as the latest one, so this one is this will be used like a little later on with with a second mount once we add that in there. You got it to show your images. Excellent. Check that out in just a second. So let's pick our next target and see where we're at the moment. So we're pointing toward M81, Bode's Nebula. But if we pick another target that is fairly close by, that will could look a little interesting. Coddington's Nebula. Never gone after that before. There is the Owl Nebula. We haven't gone on that one for a while. I'm wondering how that's going to look with the L-eXtreme filter. Let's go over to M97. Let's check that one out. We'll get some time over there. Now, going after, I do want to try to go after some more comets, but right now with the filter we're using right now would not work out that well because we're cutting off so much of the visible spectrum. Hugh, how are you? Good to see you tonight. Is the butterfly thing visible? Which one was that one again? Good to see you tonight. Hopefully things are going well. All right, let's see if we are set up for our target. All right, there for 5 seconds. That's already not looking. That's not looking too bad already. The butterfly in Scorpio, if you're not mistaken. All right, let's we'll take a look at the images from Little Cute Girl on of her aurora. But yeah, I'll check that area. That area of Scorpio will 100% not be available at the moment. That would be kind of edging closer to a summer target, which isn't that too far off, just a few months away. And we can start to get some more images. Wow, so Clutch. What's going on, Clutch? How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you tonight. All right, that looks like that is already in a good spot. I'm going to start imaging all that on that right now. 3-minute exposures on the Owl Nebula. Not bad, just chilling. Well, glad to have you in here tonight. We are chilling as best as possible. Like I said, usually Sunday mornings are for our Lazy Sunday Lego. However, I just got back home not too long ago, and it was incredibly clear the entire drive home, and it's clear the entire night. So we're going to be doing some imaging, and we'll see how long we go. Like I said, it has been a long day today. So if we do kind of wrap things up a little early, I do have a galaxy target that we're going to go after and add a few more hours onto that target, and hopefully do a little bit of processing later this weekend, or later, I guess it will be next weekend for Saturday for our rainy day astronomy. First day of spring, and it was snowing there. Oh boy. We are pretty much almost rid of every ounce of snow that we have up here. And it's the landscape is already starting to look very, 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 very muddy. So let's jump on over to Discord. Have a look at those the aurorae. Little Cute Girl. Excuse me. Excuse me, madam. Those look awesome. That is so cool. That is tremendous. That is way better than any aurora that I have ever had the opportunity to look at. Yeah, but you know, it's that doesn't matter. I mean, you see the structure. That is awesome. No, I love it. That one's nice. I said that one overall. You got a little bit of the Milky Way as well. So adorable. Hello, my love. Hi, Pookie. Yeah, that does look a little bit like a phone camera. So is it that? All right, so I've already noticed my voice is a little worse for wear at the moment. With a Canon. All right. Well, so then you had a much larger sensor then to capture more of that light, but I dig it. That's still like better than I've been able to capture before. At all. Like I didn't like. I'm thinking about the camera that I would have had back in Iqaluit was. Oh my goodness. I probably had like a flip phone with like a 0.5 megapixel camera. So there was no way. I would be super proud of that. That's beautiful. That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now I was saying, no, it's. What's going on, Uncle Bill? How you doing? We were just talking about the Aurora Borealis and Little Cute Girl. had captured it previously. And yeah, she's like, "Oh, it's okay. They're a little blurry." And like, you being ultra modest on that. This looks really cool. But how are you doing, Uncle Bill? Good to see you tonight. Pardon me. So we got the cover off the telescope this evening, and we have started our our second image of the Owl Nebula. Now we are looking at like a cylindrical nebula, like we are looking down the like down the side of the nebula essentially. So it is bowing out, is like long and cylindrical, but we're looking down in the center, where it almost would appear as an X. Actually, what I should do is fire up Space Engine, so we can go over to the Owl Nebula and show what the structure actually would look like if we were able to view it in 3D. So I'll get that fired up as well. I don't believe we have any updates on that. Hopefully that will work out well. So confused. Does Twitch have custom mouse cursors? When you hover over your stream, it shows us red dots on the cursor. Well, there you go. It's a feature. It is a feature on the stream. We do have a channel point redeem called "What Is That?" and it will allow you the time to click on your screen, and I can see where you're clicking, so that there is something interesting on the screen that we're looking at. Instead of saying that fifth star down second from the right beside the portion that looks like a weird little triangle, what's that? You can hover your mouse over and click on that. Yeah, that as well. Yeah, so here we'll do that one for.
Oh look, there's a red dot where my pointer should be. Like the screen, so Estro knows what the heck you're looking at.
So if you click on your screen, everybody is assigned a random pointer, so that I can see where it is that y'all are looking at. So yes, most people will point on the target, or they'll just poke my nose. But yes, that's the so whoever is the white finger and the orange one, so I can see you're pointing on those two stars and trying to get a little more information on that. So like I said, we're looking at the Owl Nebula right now. And we can go over to Space Engine to kind of get a more of a 3D look at our universe. Who gives a hoot about the Owl Nebula? Oh, sorry, horrible joke. It doesn't even come close to sitting on Thor's helmet. Not even close. What's going on, Gandalf? How are you doing? Oh my goodness, I feel like I sound like a bag of smashed hammers. I was going to say a bag of smashed holes, but who truly knows what that sounds like? Oops, sorry, I've hit my microphone. Sorry. I apologize. I don't usually just blatantly eat dinner on stream, but I'm eating it right now. So, Space Engine. What is Space Engine? It is I feel it's still underutilized. Earth. I want to go to Earth. Doing well. You feel like a bag of smashed hammers, so we're good. Please join the club. So yes, we are. This is Space Engine. We can take a tour of. Oh, sorry. I want to do I feel like the something is up with the exposure on here. But anyway, this is Earth. This is our home planet. We can take a look at pretty much any object. So, space engine. Ryan, you were coincidentally looking at space engine on Steam earlier, thinking about picking it up. I think it's a fun little tool to utilize and tour the universe, tour our solar system. I mean, and it looks phenomenal. Like, I think the graphics are tremendously well done. There are free versions that the developer has released of the previous iterations of the program, and I used the one just before this one that is released on Steam, and for the most part, it still looks really good. Every object is in there. For the most part, maybe some of the details on the planets aren't as detailed as they would be in the latest version. And I'm sorry if I have ruined your retinas. So this lets us go anywhere we want. So we could look at Earth. We could look at Saturn. We go over to our favorite ringed planet, and let's dim some of that magnitude. There we go. So yes, we can look at our neighborhood, at our stellar neighborhood. Now, also, it does show the rings of Jupiter, which are often, well, we don't usually get to witness those because they're so faint, not as dominant and beautiful as Saturn's. So we're looking at M97. So if we go over to the Owl Nebula. Just for this one, we'll have to. There we go. So this is. Apologize. This is the way we are looking at the Owl Nebula. So this is the target we're looking at. I'll orient this in a similar fashion to what we're looking at. VR support on there. I don't have any VR headset, but I think it would look awesome, and it would be. Well, I would probably need to be sitting on a rotating stool with pillows all around me. The goats are good. The goats are here as always. We have our goats. Goats that were. I keep wanting to say they're previous tenants. I'm pretty sure the goats did run the show, but they were the goats that used to live on the property. So the target we're looking at right now, Owl Nebula. We are approximately probably 11 light years away from this target within our own galaxy. More than previously the galaxy we're looking at that was 12 million light years away. This one is just a short little hop, skip, and a jump for us. So let's get it to a little bit of a nicer view there. So this is the Owl Nebula, and if we were to look at it in Space Engine in 3D, this is the view we have. So you can see that there is those eyes, but there is this nebulosity surrounding it. And hang on, getting a little too. So we're looking sideways at this void, this pressure wave in this nebula. So if we were to look at it from the side, it would be more of it would most definitely be named the Donut Nebula if we could look at it from this point of view. Your friend just got a headset. Excellent, excellent. Kitty girl, hello, how are you? What's going on, kitty girl? How you doing today? We're doing well. So this is the target we're looking at right now. Let's put it back to the orientation we had before. That is this target right here, the Owl Nebula. About 11 light years away. No, I'm sorry. Hang on. It's and it's changed. Actually, this one, I apologize. This is more, sorry, this planetary nebula is going to be about more than 1,000 light years away from us. So it gets the name of the Owl Nebula from, well, the way how an owl's face looks with these two darker areas in the nebula. So this is a planetary nebula. The outer layers of the star have begun to shed away. And you can see the star at the center. This is the star that is creating this whole area of nebulosity. You're okay, just tired and really angry for some reason. You did just go to a funeral, so you don't know. Wait, did you go to the same funeral I did? Is Sunday the day for those? But you know, it can always, those can always stir up different feelings, different mixed emotions. Sorry, error thing. Oh no, you'd mentioned that you're at a funeral. So I'm wondering, do I know you IRL, or is this just a coincidence that we both went to funerals today? And again, apologize for eating on stream, but getting a little bit of dinner in me. I was your stepdad's dad. Okay, then no, it wouldn't be the same. Well, sorry to hear about that. Everybody's going to process grief in a different way. So hopefully, you doubt it unless you're secretly Australian. No, I am specifically Canadian. Would like to go to Australia at some point. Load Mountain Knife Co. What's going on? How are you? Oh my goodness. You never realized how much you haven't rubbed your eyes all day. Yeah. Lone Mountain Knife. I shall do that. Wait, why? Oh. You're not even touching your face. Your hands are still a little burny from yesterday. Hot peppers? Hot peppers? More and more won the Boot Lego shuttle and is donated to you. Oh, thank you. Well, I appreciate that, and thank more and more as well. That is very generous. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, you can see. I probably should have like hosed my face off today. Guess who didn't use gloves while you're cutting Scotch bonnets? I feel you on that, because guess who sometimes, most of the time, doesn't wash his hands after eating ghost pepper peanuts, and that ghost pepper dust is everywhere. Oh, I think I'm going... It's a little bit of snow. I think I'm probably going to have to change it back to just rain. There's like no snow left. We're at cooler temperatures for the week, but it's...
Water. That's the water.
Never mix up the nuts. Do you touch your nuts after touching Picard's hot nuts? No. No. A quick lesson in biology. We don't pee from our nuts. Oh, wait, that's not water. That's coffee. We need my wonderful water glass. No, we don't. If anything, you should see a physician. Speaking of seeing physicians, I finally watched Spider-Man No Way Home last night. Ariana, hello, how are you doing? Now, that does not mean for free reign for spoilers on here, because there still may be somebody who hasn't seen the latest Spider-Man. If you don't want to get any spoilers, we don't give those out here. We just talk about how much we enjoy it, or maybe didn't, but nothing specific. You did the other night too. Excellent, awesome. What about that one thing where that thing happened? And holy potatoes, can you believe it? My gosh. No. You've seen it twice now. I want to watch it again. First time was just like just amazing. To finally catch it as well. I know my brother said he watched it. He couldn't wait. Like, he was middle of the day going to see it, and he just said, just go see it. You got to watch it. We have to talk about it. And I was waiting for it to come out on demand, and at least on any kind of streaming service. And it was available on Monday. Pardon me. And I didn't get it. And it's like rolling onto the weekend already. I'm thinking, oh boy. So I finally picked it up, and we watched it last night, and it was awesome. It was great. So it was more. He spent more time watching for my reactions than he did watching the movie again. Don't make me raise my sword, you spoilerers. No, really, you're far too lazy to lift it. You watch it Tuesday or Wednesday. It was so good. I enjoyed it. And I think I need to watch it again to know precisely why I enjoyed it. And I also feel like there needs to be certain movies watched in order to kind of capture everything that is kind of involved with Spider-Man. Also, now I feel like I can watch like other trailers, because I am essentially caught up with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, save for like some of the other Netflix series. But we'll get those in. And now that a lot of the Daredevil and the Defenders, Jessica Jones and Luke Cage and everything is on Disney Plus now, I don't have to skip back and forth between different platforms to catch up on those. So I can just turn them on, have them on in the background, and enjoy. So back to the whole point of why we're streaming tonight on a Sunday evening, late. This will be about the, come summertime, this will be about the normal time we would be streaming some live astrophotography, because while we don't completely lose astronomical dark, we do have a shorter window of time to image, but nothing like we had in the UK last year. So at least we'll be able to have more time to image throughout the summer. But yes, Ariana, how you doing? Good to see you. You feel it's because the Spider-Man is more relatable than most of the others. I feel that there has been, I guess, a better connection. We have passed the March equinox. Indeed. So we're going to, let's see. I can show you what my darkness map looks like. And for annual darkness, there we go. See, yeah, that's good. So this is the part where we're at right now. So you're looking at about this is like 9:30. So 9:30, the sun will start to set. We'll have civil dark, nautical darkness. Nautical darkness, we can kind of get away with a little bit of imaging time, at least to start off for if we need to do any polar alignment or just try to start lining up some targets. So really, we'll probably have a window of about maybe 4.5 to 5 hours of darkness at most, maybe even like maybe a little less, but still, it'll still be astronomical darkness. What's that dropping on the last screen? Something was falling down like a white dot. That would be on our the security cam here. We do have the infrared camera will pick up any little motes of dust that are flying through, that are passing through the air. We have very little wind tonight. It has been largely dry today, so if there is any little bit of dust motes flying around, sometimes you'll catch, I guess, glimpses of pollen as well in the summertime. And most of the time, it's not going to be anything more than that. Unfortunately, we haven't caught anything like a significant meteor outside of regular meteor showers. But we'll have, like I said, we'll have darkness, enough to start doing some imaging and being able to do this like all year round. Technically, yes, until we could say it is dust or pollen or a bee fart, whatever it's going to be. It remains unknown. Infrared also attracts bugs, which is why spiders like building their webs over them. As long as they're not in my beard. I am fine with that. But this is the current target we're looking at. Actually, that's looking really good. We got about eight images on there for the Owl Nebula, and this is the L-eXtreme filter that we're using tonight. The L-eXtreme is a filter made by Optolong, and it is a dual band filter. Let me get a little bit of detail on that. For what it is, we'd be looking at in the visible spectrum. It is only transmitting light in the oxygen 3, or the doubly ionized oxygen, and the hydrogen alpha. So everything else that is within our range of the visible spectrum gets cut out. So it cuts out a lot of the sodium, and which is going to be emitted from certain just artificial lights. You're going to go back to lurking. Med's kicking in, hopefully, and you hope. All right, no worries, buttery fingers. I appreciate the lurk. Lurks make the Twitch world go round. No angry beard spooters. No. Well, I'm sure that the spiders are happy as Larry, but I don't care for their presence in there. So this is the filter that we use. It only transmits. It allows those small bands of the visible spectrum to show through. And these are at 7 nanometers. So it is still a very, very small band pass that it is that's passing through, which allows us to cut out as much detail, a little more detail on some of these targets, at the expense of capturing more light. Not more light. We need to do longer exposures and more of them to get more detail, but it just cuts out so much of the unnecessary areas of what it is we're looking for. Now we can already see we're starting to get a little bit of red around here. So there is a couple of different colors within the Owl Nebula, and I think this is looking very nice for the L-eXtreme. Cuts out low sodium. It cuts out the sodium. It's on a low sodium diet for high blood pressure. Yes, space. As long as your astrophotography is doesn't have any hypertension, we're good. Now there is a target around here. I don't know if we can see it at the moment. We only have 9 stacked images. We've got 27 minutes on this target. There is a small galaxy out here that I have yet to pinpoint its distance. So I haven't seen the exact detail on that at the moment. Also, I gotta find out where I had my tablet that would hold my information. And then we thought it'd be a good idea to clean up in here. Oh, there it is. All right, Alex, you're going to do a lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, hopefully this battery isn't dead. Let's see. I want to say it's not. I want to see that this battery is working. It is fully charged, and I just haven't turned it on in a while. We'll see. Judging by that second buzz, this thing might be done. Oh no, look at that, 100%. This is fantastic. There we go. Let's get some details. I use Sky Safari Pro for some of these quick little tidbits of information for our targets here. But we'll get that loaded up there. But I welcome everybody in tonight. We are doing some live astrophotography. We have the telescope out and ready to go. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is what this channel is all about. Astronomy, live astrophotography, showing you guys more areas of the galaxy, of the universe, that is inaccessible to your meat cameras from just standing on your back porch looking up at the night sky. Showing you some interesting images of outer space is what I like to do, and when technology works very, very well, it's great. When technology wants to somehow mysteriously start downloading different files on the computer,
potatoes.
well, I gotta wait for a minute. It's also about holy potatoes. It's all about the potato. We've gone back to the regular potato. Birthday week is over. The only thing that still kind of remains at the moment is, is this. I haven't cleared off the desk completely. Thankfully, past Tom had the foresight to clean up his desk before he went away for the weekend, and I thank him very, very much. Present Tom is very appreciative of the cleanup done, so that's all good to go. It always wants to download these 14 data files, and I don't know where it goes and how it wants to all right, maybe if we just start working on here, go to M97. Search for the Owl Nebula. Starting to talk in the third person, things only get stranger in here. Only when we are talking about past Tom, or when we need to let future Tom know that there is something that needs to be done. For instance, future Tom, we need you to mail out some of the prizes that people have won. There's only so much patience that people have. Also, Orion, I sent you a DM. I can't remember if it was on on Twitch, or Discord regarding the prize. So just an update on that. Future Tom, please buy a mono camera, please and thank you. I would love to. Love to get a mono camera. I have seen that people have been starting to review the QHY 533, and I am hoping to see the ASI 533, the black and white version of the camera that we're using tonight. I picked up the ISS for Mist. Yes. Because it'll any word that has ISS in it, probably. I wonder if Mississippi would trigger it twice. But yes, all right. I'll keep you updated on that because I would like to.
There's a red dot where my pointer
try to get that
should
sorted
be.
out for you.
Like the screen, so Astro knows what the heck you're looking at.
If it's not possible, you're happy for that to go to someone else that's able to use it. Well, I would like to exhaust a couple more avenues first, because, I want to. I still want to be able to give back in some way, shape, or form when possible. It looks like Mississippi did not pick that up. So we have this little portion here. So there is a little bit of a write-up on the Owl Nebula. And so it is a planetary nebula in Ursa Major. It's one of the 4 planetary nebulae in Messier's catalog, and the 3rd to be discovered. The nebula gets its name from the appearance of owl-like eyes visible in telescopes. So that is this section here. You're easy like Sunday morning. Well, I appreciate Orion. Also, Orion, another thing. If, again, this all comes down to people being comfortable with giving out addresses. This is still waiting here for you. Back from our community quiz night for one of the giveaways. So it's still there for you. Let me know, because I will be going to the post office a little later this week. If you are cool with that. No worries. I appreciate it. Again, I don't want to feel like if you have forgotten, but if it's lingering in the back of my mind. Victories. Well, hey, you know what? It's good. It's great. I'm happy to do this. I'm happy to share some more fun with everybody as best as possible. And yeah, we I believe everybody except everyone except Nori Kitty. I've got them sorted out with the latest round of prizes. So we'll 75% increase in win potential using moderator status. Somehow that seems to be the shortcut to victory. So what I'm seeing here, actually, let me zoom in on this a little. Yes, we are. So there is hydrogen alpha. There is a hydrogen alpha signal in this nebula, but it is very faint, where we would definitely need to do longer exposures, as well as utilizing said monochrome camera that we would like to get our hands on. So this is the this is the star that's in the center of that's creating this planetary nebula. So the Owl Nebula is one of the fainter objects in Messier's catalog, as often the case for planetary nebulae. The owl is significantly brighter than visually than photographically, as most of its light is emitted in one green spectral line. The planetary's disk has dimensions of 3.3 degrees by 3.4, rather larger than Jupiter's, but medium aperture telescopes are necessary to glimpse the 2 internal ovals that suggest owl eyes. When viewed through an 8-inch telescope, like ours, under dark sky conditions with the aid of a nebula filter, the owl is a large, faint circular disk with a bluish tint and diffuse edges. The grayish halo is brighter along its northern and southern periphery and seems slightly elongated north to south. The core area is slightly brighter, though the very difficult central star reveals itself only by an occasional twinkle. The core is flanked by the two bean-shaped darker ellipses which form the owl's eyes. The distance to M97 is uncertain, but estimates range from 13 to 12,000 light years, with 2,600 being the most likely value. At this distance, it would have a diameter of about 2 light years. Ahem. Ahem. Monochrome camera. I'm really hoping to that it's at a good, accessible price point. Right now, I will be, after the following this weekend, we will be obtaining our PixInsight license, so we can start really focusing on using PixInsight for our image processing in the future, as well as our next goal that we're going to be looking toward is, I guess, once we find the exact price of the ASI 533, is aligning our budget to fall within those lines, and acquire that camera. And whether or not it's going to be used on a separate mount, or we just start to use switch the camera between the two different telescopes depending on what we're going to be imaging on the night. So we hopefully should be able to hopefully dynamically switch between the scopes and the cameras if need be. We'll see how that would work out. Maybe not so much that we'd be using it. Ideally, I would like to be able to pick a wide field target and image it in color with the wide field, and then if we got a deep sky target, we can switch over to that camera and image in monochrome. I'll see what the capabilities are of the ASI Air Plus. We've been calling it we've been calling the 533M the 268M Lite, because it pretty much is 268M, but not as good, but almost as good. You're saving it for a second mount. A second mount, I was watching a live video from Ontario Telescope and Accessories. Steve was talking about their an Explore Scientific mount. That was, it looked almost portable yet robust, and able to control wirelessly. And it works with the ASI Air. So it'd be interesting to see how that would turn out. Oh, sugar lumps. Little cute girl, page 86. 86. Let me move my ghost pepper chips out of the way here. Page 86 for Tim Peake's Ask an Astronaut. Now we're continuing on with a few more. Once we finish reading this section, we'll pick a new target. As wonderful as the Owl Nebula is looking, I think it's time to pick a new one. All right, page 86. Perfect. There you go. Question, but what's the point? This sounds like a follow-up question. That seems very vague. That's like question number 1 on a test. Why? So the question previously was, what are all the different parts on the space station? It looks like a follow-up question, but what's the point? Okay, so Mr. Paxman didn't actually respond to my request for contributions to this book, but he did ask me this very question during an interview on Newsnight in 2013. There are many ways to answer it. Simply put, I see the purpose of the ISS as twofold. 1, to further scientific knowledge and understanding for the benefit of people on Earth. 2, to facilitate human exploration beyond our planet. The reason the ISS is an attractive place to conduct scientific research is that the conditions in space are different from those on Earth, and when you change the conditions or parameters of an experiment, you can investigate results and learn new things. Gravity is the only environmental parameter that has remained constant during the period of evolution of living matter on Earth. The ability to change this and study the long-term effects of weightlessness, not only on living organisms, but on a multitude of physical and chemical processes, has established the ISS as a platform for groundbreaking scientific research. There has been more than 1,200 journal publications showing the findings of ISS research, which have increased our knowledge, pushed technology to new limits, improved human healthcare on Earth, and benefited our own environment. However, mankind's outpost in space is not just about scientific research. It's also an extension of an innate human trait, the desire to explore. We are a curious species with a lifelong capacity to learn. But in order to learn, we need to explore, to test, to try new things, and occasionally leave the beaten track. By adding a healthy dash of curiosity into our genetic makeup, evolution is refining us into the ultimate learning machine. This primal urge, which has driven us to embark on voyages of discovery since the Homo erectus first ventured beyond Africa 2 million years ago, is certain to pay dividends in the future. After all, if we remain a single-planet species, then the unavoidable truth is that we are headed for extinction. Well, if that is any reason why we would want to be able to safely move beyond this planet, I would say that would be a very good reason. Oh, well, apparently I already had the pen open. Little Cute Girl 86, page 86. Thank you very much for that one. I like that question. So, okay, so that wasn't even a follow-on from the first one. It was just, but what's the point? That's it. That's the point. Old Neener, how you doing? Good to see you again. How are you this evening? All right, well, okay, we timed that one perfectly. We just finished our 15th exposure on the Owl Nebula, 3 minutes each, using a new filter, a new to us filter, the Optolong L-eXtreme. This is a dual band filter, and so far we've tried it on a galaxy and a nebula, and a planetary nebula. So I think what we need to do is look for a stellar nursery, perhaps, somewhere where we can really something large that we can really get some details on. But I think so. This is probably one of the better images of the Owl Nebula we've been able to capture, and it's starting to look really clear and defined after only 15 exposures. What's up with the Cali data? I have not been in touch with Dustin and the crew for a while. I'm aiming to try to get things back on track next week. So things have been in a little bit of flux over the past few weeks. So hopefully we'll get things back on track. Like I said, right now feeling a little worse for wear today, or sounding, or at least like I've been slightly run over with the truck. Let's save this image right now. So yes, it has been I don't want to say it's been a difficult weekend, or it's been a difficult Sunday. It has been a bit of catharsis, really. Having my dad's memorial service today.
9 forward, 40 feet down, 2.5, picking up some dust. 4 forward, drifting to the right a little. We copy you down, Eagle.
Doing great. Just opened the shedatory for some lunar observing soon. Check Twitch while waiting for the moon to clear your house, and here we are. Well, good to see you, old Nainer. So yes, like I was saying, we had the memorial service today for my dad, and yeah, it's been a very long weekend, but it's also great to see that we have clear skies and doing what I love to do here on Twitch, sharing live images of astrophotography, and hanging out with an amazing community, a great group of people, is kind of like it's a nice icing on the cake for this weekend, as best as I could put it. So really happy to see that the forecast is held up, and doing this, participating on Twitch and sharing these views of the universe, of our cosmos, is something that my dad felt was, he thought it was really cool that so many people from around the world would tune in, listen to me yammer on about all of this, but also share their days and their experiences as well, to have this community built where we are a big screen of names, but we feel this this close-knit community, and the extended communities that we have built over the how long? What does mine say? 17 months as an affiliate on Twitch. So that's about 18, almost 19 months of time that I've been spending here and meeting new people and sharing these different experiences with everyone. And as always, I count myself incredibly fortunate for where we're at with all of this, and being able to share these moments with you and take a look at something different and talk about what our aspirations are for astrophotography, what drives us to keep setting up the telescope when the weather just doesn't look that favorable, and quickly getting our gear together and being able to take these images and share the night sky. So I want to find another target that is going to look, it should look good. Now the moon is starting to rise in the east-southeast, so we'll keep an eye on that. But as far as going over for some different targets, what do we have? I think actually we'll probably go over to the flaming star. Should be the flaming star, or would it be the tadpoles? Ooh, pardon me. Who we gonna have some time with? Betelgeuse is setting. Sorry, we're not going to be able to get. Not going to be able to get the Spaghetti Nebula. Genuinely, the only time Twitch's recommendations have actually led me to a stream where we've stuck around for not just 5 minutes, but far, far longer. Well, again, I greatly appreciate everybody who shows up in here, and even if you have been just kind of in and out of the community for a long time, I recognize you. I recognize that you made the effort to come in and say hello and pop in for a little bit. And yeah, as always, I count myself like so incredibly fortunate that we have this time together. And I think let's go check out NGC 2174. Let us see if the Monkey Head Nebula is still high enough above the horizon. I believe it should be. And I think that would be a great target because we have imaged that in some different wavelengths in the past. So let's go over there. I did save that. Yes? Yes, I did. Good. Snowwalker, how are you doing? Witch's Head or the Dark Shark. Witch's Head would not be best suited for this filter. We are using a very narrow band filter, a dual band. So we are capturing very, very specific wavelengths. And Witch's Head would be great for a broadband filter. But that's It is now, it's pretty much, it's going to be below the horizon for me, essentially. The trees are going to be in the way. Problem is, your stream is so chill most of the time, it's easy to fall asleep and just come in and sleep. Most people would be like, what the But I am happy to be able to create a place where you can hang out and chill and just feel like it is a safe community to be a part of. However, speaking of sleep, Orion, you feel the bed is calling for you. No work tomorrow, so it's been nice to stick around longer. Catch you on the flip side, and be sure to pop your details soon. No worries, Orion. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, wonderful to have you with us. We're going to pick a new target. Like I said, NGC21. Hopefully that just pops up there. NGC21 sugar lumps. 2174. The Monkey Head Nebula. Let's see if that is going to be on target for us. Now, also, we're going to be flipping over to the western side. So we're doing a meridian flip, and you get to see. So the meridian flip is when you're switching over to the that imaginary transverse line that bisects north and south. That also will stop the telescope from banging into the mount. Also, you're also broken with no set sleep schedule for the last 3 years, so you're permanently tired and always ready for a nap. Now, when some of those naps come in really clutch, and it is supremely relaxing, and you can get the quality sleep over quantity. I sometimes feel like that's more important. All right, let's see if we are on target with this. There's a possibility we might be in the way of, you can see just immediately following the track of the microphone, you can see our tower. Shoot. No. I don't know how well that's going to... You can see this right here? Oh! And a satellite, a quick-moving satellite? Something went by. We see it in here at all. That was moving pretty quick. So you can see this is one of the bars for our tower. Oh, and now we got another one. I wonder, could that possibly be some Starlink? All right, definitely. If this is the view that we're getting, then being zoomed in at 1 meter in focal length is really going to amplify that target. So let's see if we have something kind of close by to the monkey head. So it might be a little farther away. I wonder. No, Rosette is probably sitting in within the view of the other tower. Might be a little too far west. All right, let's go back over to the Flaming Star, because that is a good combo of a. Let's get some. Nah, forget it. Nope. Over to the tadpoles, because there's some awesome structure in there. But focusing on the letter Y cluster instead, NGC 1893. But no, we need that tower. We need to hang on to that tower. It provides us with all our internet, every little ounce of internet we can get. So at 1893, getting low on the horizon, but again, not too far away. Away from the tower, at least. That's the important thing. There's usually no quality anymore. Just thankful for any sleep usually. And I think I've been there as well with a sleep schedule that was all over the place. I think one thing that had kept me functioning was was the 9 to 5 with work when I was in the UK last year, and juggling between this and the full-time job. All right, that is looking like that is on target where we should be. So let's make sure that our guiding is on point. That is starting, and let's start getting some imaging of the tadpoles with the L-eXtreme filter. See if we can really start to hone in on some of that O3 and an HA signal in there. Let's see what we can start viewing and get a little bit of information on the tadpoles. We can bring that up while we're waiting for our first set of images to start rolling in. So this is IC410 or NGC 1893. There's a region of faint nebulosity surrounding the open star cluster NGC 1893. It lies in the constellation of Auriga, about 1.5 degrees east of the brighter and better known flaming star nebula IC405. In appearance, IC410 resembles the Rosette Nebula in Monoceros. Medium-sized instruments show 40 faint stars elongated north to south, lying within a triangle of 9th magnitude stars. The cluster is set within a very rich star field and also embedded in the nebulosity of IC410. Without a filter, the nebulosity is very difficult to observe. So with the filter we're using tonight, I'm hoping to be able to capture some greater detail, because if we're looking at our example of the of visible light, so our red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, what we're mainly seeing is within the 656 nanometer range, and as well as around the 500 nanometer range within the doubly ionized oxygen. So which kind of sits in this blue area. So everything else kind of in between is getting cut out. And these are very, very thin wavelengths of light that we're getting captured. So hopefully with this nebula, we have imaged the tadpoles in the past. Let's see if we have any previous images of that. I think we did start on that target a while back, possibly within our other scope. Did we go after the tadpoles, or maybe I went after the tadpoles in for like an entire longer imaging session. I think I went after the tadpoles in wide field. I don't know if it was one of the if it was indeed a wide field. Sorry, not a wide field. A live image. We'll have to see. Sorry, I had to run into the house for a minute. You're asking how long since you caught you live. Over a month. Well, it's good to see. As like I said, always good to see whenever possible. I know like IR real life schedules are going to greatly impact things, and okay, there's a little bit of movement on there. I'll probably get rid of that one. Clear that. Wait for the next exposure to come in. But again, with the filter that we're using, it's more aggressive. We're cutting out the hydrogen beta, and I think that we're going to start to be we're going to be happy with these results. So I cleared that out. We'll kind of start over again. Guiding was a little wonky, so we'll wait for that to fix up. But no, it has been like I said, a long week, but and a very long weekend as well. But always happy to be sharing this with you guys. And I feel like I'm starting to sound like even worse than when I started. So we'll maybe bring it down a tiny bit. maybe get the microphone a little closer so I'm not straining so much at the moment. You wish you had 9 to 5. Yours is 10 to 6, day off. 2 to 10, 6 to 2, day off. Oh, good. Hopefully you have a nice day off. 2 to 10, 2 to 10, day off. 10 to 6. And that can wear on you as well, because sometimes when you look at the, your 2 to 10 p.m., you feel like even like during the day, you sleep until to odd hours, or you're so wired after work and starting up there that it's kind of hard to come down. So I feel you on that. Do you need to go get a tea and then you use the sleep? Possibly. Maybe just a little bit more coffee will help things out. I said it has been a bit of a long day, but it was also a clear sky. Like, it is clear skies the whole night through. So I do have a target chosen for the rest of the night while I'll do imaging and add that to the data set, and that is part of M106. Very, very interesting galaxy that aiming to get more HA, more of the hydrogen alpha detail, like Bode's Nebula that we started with tonight. That's this target here, this galaxy 12 million light years away. Now you can see the spiral arms, the double barred spiral arm galaxy. And this is in broadband, where a great deal of visible spectrum is hitting the sensor. Whereas earlier tonight, our first target was that galaxy, but the filter we're using tonight cuts out more of that almost the white light that you get from the stars, and was highlighting more of the nebulae, much like what we use, much like what we're looking at right now with the tadpoles. And that image, I'm gonna say that looks better. So we'll continue on with that. Let these start stacking up, and more of this is going to start becoming brighter and more detailed as the imaging session goes on. So this nebula, IC410, lies about 12,000 light years away and is over 100 light years across. It has been sculpted by stellar winds and radiation from the embedded open star cluster NGC 1893. Formed in the interstellar cloud a mere 4 million years ago, the radiation from these hot stars pushes the gas away from them and creates the dark tadpoles trailing away from the nebula's central regions. These streamers of denser gas resist the erosive radiation from the hot stars. The tails have grown to 10 light years in length and are potentially sites of ongoing star formation. So as we start to get more exposures rolling in, it's these structures here, these tadpoles, these tadpole-like structures, they're 10 light years in diameter. In length, sorry. So with this being such a large nebulous target, and this is where we're looking at right now, which is the tadpoles, and we have the constellation of in the constellation of Auriga, we have the Flaming Star Nebula. And I wonder right now, are we going to we'll see if we get if this satellite has indeed passed through our second image. We'll find that out in we want this one here. 10 seconds, if that satellite actually did go through our field of view. If it did, it should be showing up like right across here, if it is correct on Stellarium, or if we might be a little off. All right, I think thankfully we're a little off from that trajectory of the satellite. It doesn't look like we have any bright trails. And because that was so late in the imaging, but also it could be off by a few seconds. We'll see if that's going to be showing up there, possibly in the next exposure. Pardon me. Like I said, it's been a bit of a long day, and I'm still finishing off my dinner. It's my favorite thing. It's bowl. And it tastes really good, so I don't always eat with my eyes. If I'm making dinner for others, there's a little more better plate presentation than something like this. I mean, the casserole itself looked nice, but once you dish it up, it's you're eating this because it's delicious, not because it looks fantastic. So, one of our cats has she's like the oldest cat, but she has keen ears to hear whenever a utensil clinks on a plate. So there's a slight possibility that she's going nuts outside the door right now, thinking that that I'm going to give her this bowl of schmuck. I work third shift, 7 p.m. to 10 a.m. Have Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday off. Just began Wednesday off since you're retiring soon anyway. And is that being like a steady, a steady shift? Hence, old Neener. Or have you kind of like switched different types of shifts? Or is it one of those the kind of shifts that you're happy to be working on? I know I've worked with some people and they're like, nah, I would rather work overnights wherever they're working. Especially if the day shift involves dealing with the general public, that they're more happy to do the overnights. Now, I did back in the earlier days. I did overnight shifts and I was going to college at the same time, and I gotta say that was a difficult 6 months. And it felt very long because it was either work, school, sleep, or school, work, sleep. It was either working like immediately after class finished or sleeping after class, working overnight, going to class, and then sleeping. So that was a tough slog, but that also was it worked out really well because I essentially ended up paying for my education through the work. And I guess in that sense, it is kind of nice to be debt free from that. And then I had the harebrained scheme of going back to university in my later 30s. So it's never too late to keep going back to school. But yeah, just trying to, I guess, financially plan for those. All right, we got a couple more exposures on our target of the tadpoles, and it doesn't look like we had any satellite roll through. So count us fortunate on that we don't have this ugly satellite going through our image. But with the L-eXtreme filter, I mean, this is already looking very sweet. This is looking very, very nice. Not a hobbit. How you doing? Welcome, hobbits. I didn't think you'd be streaming until later this week. Must be clear skies. It is clear skies. We got some clear skies tonight. We're taking full advantage of our time here because Well, because the Tadpole Nebula. I mean, look at this. It has been quite a while since we've had a clear night. It is calm, and the seeing is very good. Like even the image I posted on Twitter earlier tonight. I mean, that was 4 seconds, just as the sun was almost set. So I'm thinking, yeah, if it's looking like that right away, we gotta get these some images. Let's see if I can find. Let me see if I can find my image that I took on the way back. Where is that tab? Hello. I don't know where that is. Let's see if we can open that up. Without completely. Open image in new tab. There we go. That was the sky driving back. So like the whole way home, it was a gorgeous sunset. The whole way driving back. And I'm thinking, okay, if it's looking like that, if the sky is looking like that, and it's also looking like, that, we got some good skies tonight. We have finally got some clear skies, and it is shown this, this clear sky for the better part of all week. So the fact that the forecast is held up, I am super excited for that. So yes, that's my view to the south for Orion. And again, you can see just for a 4-second exposure, we're already starting to see the structure of the Orion Nebula itself. So again, a testament to how bright this nebula is that is showing up in a 4-second image. And even with your own eyes, you can see the Orion Nebula. So that is a beautiful, beautiful shot. So we're like there was like no twinkling at all of the stars. So I'm thinking this is like guiding overall is like on point tonight. Like you can see how this tadpole is starting to come out. With how much time? It was like 4, excuse me, wrong one. 4 exposures on here. Yeah, we got 4 images stacked right now on the tadpoles. So I'm thinking that this is guiding is holding up. I've refocused the guide scope, so everything, the stars are going to be as sharp as possible to make sure the guiding is going to be as accurate as we can. I had recently rebalanced the telescope as well, so it's not looking that bad. Now we could probably go a little more aggressive. But again, the filter that we're using tonight, the Optolong L-eXtreme, is doing a great job. So it is essentially, we're almost cutting out like everything in the green channel and picking up only like the reds and the blues, which again is still only kind of getting us 50% of the overall image that we could be getting, say in a monochrome camera. But we are hoping for there's a monochrome version of this camera we're using right now, and that is that's this little, the camera that you can see on the back over here, the ASI 533 MC Pro. The Pro being that it has the cooling feature, being able to cool down to sub-zero temperatures, approximately 35 degrees below, 35 degrees Celsius below the ambient temperature. Right now we're sitting at 0 degrees. So if we wanted to, we could cool this down to minus 35 degrees Celsius and keep that camera sensor nice and chilly. But really, we usually only go down to about 10 degrees Celsius. But I neglected to notice what temperature we're at right now, and is running at running at minus 20 degrees Celsius. So it's a little overkill, and especially for the shorter exposures that we are doing. We're not doing anything like super duper long right now. I figured 3 minutes is good enough to start getting some details, and also making sure that if there's any little errors in guiding, it's not going to look too bad. It's going to look all right. And I figure for something like this, we have looked at a galaxy, we have looked at a planetary nebula, and now we are looking at a star-forming region. And that is where this filter is designed to shine. And with 5 images, we got 15 minutes on this target. And the structures that we're already starting to see is looking really, really awesome. Now I have imaged the tadpoles before, but where that data is at the moment, I may have it saved on another disk, so unable to call it from this ASI Air outside. It might actually even be on. Actually, there's a good possibility that it is sitting on this one here, which I haven't used in a while. I am aiming to utilize this on a smaller mount and another camera when we kind of move to that point for our imaging. Like I said, we're hoping to get our hands on the monochrome version of this camera to really utilize the specific wavelengths to highlight other areas in this target, especially in the hydrogen alpha, because within most of these areas, the hydrogen alpha is going to be the most dominant wavelength, the 656 nanometers within a lot of these star forming regions. And you get like some weaker signals within the oxygen 3 and sulfur 2, depending on what type of imaging palette you're going for. So we will gather as much data as we can on this target, but we're also going to be looking at M106. This is M81, Bode's Nebula. And this one, M106, is another very interesting target. It's a nice large galaxy that fills up a good portion of the sensor, but we also have a lot of these little faint fuzzies around here. And much like the latest image from the James Webb Space Telescope, I think seeing all those faint fuzzies around the object of affection is always exciting. So when we're looking at this latest image from Webb, yes, we have the star in Ursa Major, HD 84406, but we also have a great deal of other galaxies hidden behind and have largely been undefined. Like they've been noticed. The Spitzer Space Telescope had picked up these galaxies, but the definition, the detail in these galaxies hadn't been previously noted, and especially seeing even more the smaller, dimmer galaxy clusters, millions, if not potentially billions of light years beyond what we're looking at right now. So also there is this face-on spiral galaxy that I would like to see a little bit more of, because it looks almost similar to the Pinwheel galaxy, but then we also have this galaxy down here where it almost seems like a single spiral, a single bar, possibly one that's hidden behind here, maybe a larger amount of dust, but for the most part, infrared should be cutting through a lot of the dust. So I would like to see, I'd like to see them do this image again, but spending more time when the instruments are completely and properly online. So that's going to be very exciting for Webb when it comes to actually utilizing its instruments for scientific purposes, rather than this is just a telescope alignment right now. Einar 1984, thank you very much for the follow. How you doing tonight? Apologies that I'm sounding a little rough this evening. As I said, it has been a long day, but we got the telescope out tonight and hoping to capture some more interesting images. So, like I said, our object of affection for the end of the night is going to be M106, but utilizing, looking at this galaxy in the narrow band. right now we're looking at the tadpoles with our Optolong L-eXtreme filter. This is a brand new filter for me. It has been out for a better part of maybe a year and a half, no more than that for this filter. And I was very fortunate enough, very shocked and excited to actually win this filter off of one of the YouTube broadcasts from Visible Dark, Sean Nielsen, another astrophotographer in Canada, not too far down the road from me, and he's in Kitchener, Ontario, and he has a great relationship with Optolong, and they had sent him along some filters to give away for some contests, and yeah, I was really excited to be to be the winner of one of the giveaways they had on a recent broadcast on his YouTube channel. So we are using it to its hopefully to its full potential tonight and capturing some interesting targets. We have looked at the Owl Nebula, a planetary nebula out near Ursa Major, as well as looking at Bode's Nebula, a galaxy 12 million light years away, but highlighting a lot of this hydrogen alpha signal, a lot of the reds that we don't often see in broadband images of the galaxy. So we're using a color camera, which means that we need to have more integration time, and it's not always going to be that interesting. Texan Space Agency. Holy potatoes. How are you? Texan, what's going on? How is it? Oh my gosh, my voice is going. How's it been? Good to see you again. My goodness, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Oh my god, I sound like a bag of smashed Yes, welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing tonight? Glad to have you in here. What were you up to? What were you up to tonight? Good to see you in here. I remember the Alamo. I remember you. Good to see you again. Am I drinking coffee at this hour? Yes. Yes, I am. Wolfram Custom Rods, what's going on, Wolfram? Good to see you. You sound like you've been smoking cigarettes in the bingo hall for 30 years. Under the O. O22. Under the O22. B4. B4. Anybody out there got B4? It has been a very long day today. And it is yeah, it's been a very long day. Apocalypse Outpost, thank you very much for the follow. How you doing today? You won the Craftsman Guild Challenge and folks wanted to buy them, so you made a jig and started cranking them out. Doing an S-hook. Excellent. Oh, very cool. I'll have to check that out. Well, thanks for joining us today. For those who are new to the channel, Apocalypse Outpost, I appreciate the follow as well. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And what we like to do on this channel is to share some live astrophotography tonight as often as possible whenever we have clear skies here in central Ontario, Canada. Now, we have, I live out in rural Ontario, so there's very little light pollution where we are. And our neighbors are very far away. So that means two things. It can be as loud as we want, and we have very little stray light pollution. Tonight, we're currently looking at some interesting targets. We're using a new filter tonight, which cuts out a great deal of the visible spectrum. So when we are looking at everything in everyday light, it is all consists of this range, the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. And it is, there is a lot of light pollution that comes into play there. Ian. Ian, thank you very much. After 10 hours of intense labor and some trauma, your wife had your beautiful baby. The first thing she said to you was, "She is so soft." It sounded exactly like me. Never let her forget it. She is so soft. Now, is it Ian? Because I think I said like Einar right at the beginning. But thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Greatly appreciated. Welcome in. Glad to have you in with us today. Enjoy the custom emotes, Ian. All right. I'll remember that. But thank you so much. You like where you are? Like where you are in Oregon, being able to see the big and small dipper, Orion's belt, and whatnot. Well, we had a good look at Orion today when I got back home this evening. So I figured it is such a clear night. I got to go for it. Honestly, envious of what you have here. Do you do Ian? Do you do astrophotography yourself, or you just enjoy enjoy astronomy or the concept of visual astronomy? Because I'd like to. I love doing this and sharing as often as possible, and whenever we can. Sometimes we don't get our clear skies, but we do have some data that we can work on and do some image processing, showing you guys how to roughly get from point A to point R with your images. You're working on a talk about taking black steel, essentially a black body, all the way through the ER spectrum to UV. To the UV catastrophe and into quantum mechanics, working on being able to do it in real times as the steel heats up, and remembering the equations well enough to write them down on the anvil. When was the last time you heard a blacksmith talk about the Stefan Boltzmann law? Never. That is very interesting. That is very cool. We got... Do we want some best followers, primes, viewers? Mountviewers.com. That one sounds a little sus. Holy potatoes, buttery fingers. Oh my goodness. Hang on. Let me make sure to ban this one person first.
What is your name?
I'll not loiter.
What is your quest?
To seek the Holy Grail.
What is the capital of Assyria?
I don't know that.
There we go. Get those bots out of here. Yes, buttery fingers. Thank you so much.
Flight Director
Kajad.
Charlesworth's team is on station here in the Mission Operations Control Room, ready to assume the control of this flight at tower clearance.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control.
Thank
We're now
you,
less than
Kajad.
15 minutes away from the planned liftoff of the Apollo 11 space vehicle. All still going well with the countdown at this time. The astronauts aboard the spacecraft have had a little chance to rest over the last few minutes.
Thank you.
At least they have.
Thank you very much for the gifted subs. We will read these at the conclusion of the hype train.
Performing final checks in the tracking.
We will continue our images, our imaging of the
system during the powered
Tadpole Nebula while this is going on. I appreciate the gifted subs, the 5 gifted subs from Buttery Fingers, as well as Kajad and Not a Hobbit to Text and Space Agency, and seriously.
The ground master computer here in the firing room. This will lead up to the 8.9 minute mark in the countdown when the ignition sequence.
I'm about to go to sleep and notice you're still on. Rihanna.
The 11 minute mark. Now T-minus 10 minutes 54 seconds on our countdown for Apollo 11. All still go at this time.
Oh, boy, the world's worst cereal coming up.
Commander Neil Armstrong has performed the final switch setting.
Not a hobbit.
The control system of the spacecraft. The spacecraft also now is on full internal power.
Not a hobbit. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Buttery Fingers Frizzle.
Power of its fuel cells. Up to this time, it has been sharing the load with an external power source.
Alright, I need to make sure that we will prep our world's worst bowl of cereal.
And we have now gone to the automatic system with the emergency detection system. That system that would cue the astronauts
We just thank y'all for helping us reach a level 3 hype train.
We're now coming up on a 10
It
minute
is well appreciated. Thank you guys so much for all of this. And
T-minus 10 minutes and counting. T-minus
it is like I said, I love losing your voice. Try hot sauce. Imagine that works. Imagine it comes back. Well, it is. We will be utilizing the sweeter Reaper, which is, I would hopefully, maybe the pineapple itself is soothing to the throat. Maybe it's like I don't know, the tropical lemon. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Good job. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. It's as long as it's not on fire, we're good. We're good. Oh my goodness.
This is Apollo 11. Now 5 minutes and counting.
Oh, more cereal?
Spacecraft test conductor Skip Chauvin now has completed the status check of his personnel in the control room.
Yeah, thank you so much for the 500 bits.
And this has been reported to the test supervisor, Bill Schick. Test supervisor now going through some status checks.
Thank y'all for bringing us up to a level 4 hype train.
Launch director Rocket Patron.
It is greatly appreciated. Let's hope the hot sauce, at the completion of the hype train, we'll have a bowl of the world's worst cereal. Actually, let's maybe we'll get it going. Ian, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Not a hobbit.
From this time down, Carlson comes down as the launch vehicle.
Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Little Cute Girl.
We are go for Apollo 11. They go on an automatic sequence. They're starting at 3 minutes and 7.
Greatly appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. Oh boy. Well,
3 minutes 45 seconds.
Hugh, thank you very much for the 2 bits. Greatly appreciate it. So there are some. We'll check on some goals afterwards. And this, I thank y'all so much for your support. One thing I slightly worry about is that we are well over halfway left for this goal, and we have already broken through the halfway barrier. That is a full head shave that will come up. There you go, Fidelity is on offer until the 13th of April.
We're approaching the 3 minute mark on the count. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. T-minus 3, we are
Well, I always appreciate the support. These are just goals that I will honor once we reach, if we reach them. I believe what I will still do is, no matter what we get to for the end of this stretch, I will be making a donation to the Canadian Cancer Society.
Colon D.
2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. We're still go on Apollo 11 at this time.
Oh no!
And all is still go. So none of our status there. seconds and the target for the Apollo 11 astronauts.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. Well, we'll get that ticket ready for that one at the conclusion of the...
15 seconds. Guidance is internal.
Holy smokes.
11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence.
Good job.
start. 6, 5.
Oh, we're launching this rocket. We're launching the Saturn V.
0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 miles per hour.
Jeez.
Tower cleared.
We got a roll program.
Oh my goodness, good job. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Now you're going to bed after this thing goes. Gotta run the lights. They'll be like,
Roll complete and a bit.
this is the way. I will aim to get that sorted out. What happens if we complete level 5? Completion of level 5, we do a giveaway for a merch package. That is what we will always do at the completion of a level 5 hype train. We have either t-shirt, mug, or mug and stickers, things that are Astrophotography related. Exclamation point merch brings up the link.
4 miles now.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
Mark rattle.
Right, I'm sorry.
Bravo is a abort control mode.
Thank you very much for the 200 bits. Oh boy, everything's gonna be on fire.
2,195 feet per second.
Wearing my helmet. How you doing?
Everything just go around.
Harold. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs around reefs.
We're through the region of maximum dynamic pressure now. Yeah, everything's we're 1350 in the start box. Set 8 miles downrange, 12 miles high. Velocity 4,000 feet per second.
Oh my goodness. Well, there goes another one.
Fifth Charles Worth taking the station status.
Oh my god, thank you guys so much. Oh my god. I know the lights are gonna be way off. I don't care. We'll get that sorted out one day. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Downrange 35 miles, 30 miles high, standing by for the outboard engine.
I appreciate it. Oh boy, okay, so the lights are definitely going to be going crazy afterwards. It's supposed to be all in line. Yes, at the completion we will, oh my gosh, we'll get a giveaway set up. I'm going to burn my face off with a bunch of hot peppers as well as thanks. Oh boy. Can't tell if the room is red from the lights are blushing. A little bit of everything. Just a little bit of everything in here. I thank y'all so much. So much for the support.
System thrusters go all in.
It is greatly appreciated. I'm going to get the...
You're loud and clear again. At 3 minutes downrange 70 miles.
Let's get this set up.
High velocity 9,300 feet per second.
Oh boy. the potato. J-Stomp 2020, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, welcome in. My goodness, thank y'all so much for the support. Once this hype train is complete, if you did get a hype train emote, drop it in the chat. I appreciate it so much. Take care, Kajad. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh, you guys have been tremendous. This is absolutely phenomenal. We're gonna burn my face off. Oh my goodness. Holy potatoes. Oh my goodness. Oh, here goes all the lights. Here go the lights. Oh boy. Thank y'all so much for reaching this level 5 hype train and absolutely smashing it. The lights are going to be going crazy for a little bit. Give them a second. We'll get everything sorted out in the coming weeks. Ramsky, so much. Thank you. So many. Oh, I can speak. I swear I can speak. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Glad to have you in with us today.
Holy potatoes.
What? What is this one? Why is this one running? Oh boy. Oh. Oh. All right. If you want to get in on the giveaway. Hello. Where are we? Everything. It always falls apart. It wonderfully falls apart. It wonderfully falls apart after the level 5. We'll get this sorted out, I swear. Possibly, maybe. We'll get it going. Oh my god. What is happening? Everything. Buttery fingers, everything. Everything is happening. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think this is the end of the light show. Yes, this is the end of the light show. Oh.
I am inevitable.
Okay. We're good. Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much. All right. Exclamation point hype. Exclamation point hype will get you in on the giveaway. And I'm realizing that one of my cameras is probably worked. Yep. Let me get this fixed up here.
Water. This the water.
a little bit of preamble right now for the before the spice kicks in. Exclamation point hype. We're going to be doing a merch giveaway. Exclamation point merch. We'll bring up the options there. It'll be. I think we're going to do we'll do a t-shirt and mug giveaway tonight. So you'll have a choice. Well, your choice of t-shirt and your choice of mug. And if you are happy for all of that to go ahead, we will. I'll just need your address in the end, and yeah, we'll send that off to you. That'll be through the Stream Elements store, and I say your choice of mug and t-shirt for tonight. So, while that is going on, let's get some spice going, shall we? For the amount of 300 bits from Rams Reef and Ian R 1984. Thank you all so much for those. And we'll see. We'll put to the test. Does the spice really help things out? So there is 100 bits. 200 bits. And do we have another? And 300 bits worth of peanuts. These are ghost pepper peanuts. Yes, they are hot. I thank y'all very, very, very much while we're going through some of these. Not a Hobbit. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Little Cute Girl. As well, Not a Hobbit. Thank you very much, too, for the gifted sub to Buttery Fingers Frizzle, sorry. Oh my gosh. So we have 2 bowls of the world's worst cereal. And that you love. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Maybe it's not. We utilize the Sweeter Reaper, Pineapple, and Carolina Reaper. Goes in with our moon cheese bites. They are delicious. They are kind of nutritious. Oh, it's the other ones I'm worried about. There's one bowl. My milk is hot sauce. No mega bowl of pain. All right, there's one from Kajad. Once again, exclamation point hype after I finish this one for the 777 bits. We'll run the contest. So exclamation point hype if you're not already in it for a t-shirt and mug, an Astro Canuck t-shirt and mug giveaway. Now I gotta say, the Sweeter Reaper it's hot, but it is so tasty. It is so wonderful. All right. While we're doing this, let's take a quick look. How's our image coming along? A little bit of movement, but that's looking really nice. Yes, exactly like that. So that should. Yep, you're in it. You are in it. Another bowl of the world's worst cereal. Packing up your stream. No worries. That's all good. All right. We'll have this bowl and then one more. And apparently a thunderstorm is coming, so really packing up. The perils of an outdoor shop. Uh-oh. Get that in there. Get that sorted out. All right. And that was Ariana. Thank you so much for the 500 bits for a bowl of the world's worst cereal. And Ariana as well for the 777 bits, specifically cashing in this receipt specifically for the 7-pot chocolate dougla. This stuff smells like black pepper and gasoline. Maybe I need to get a different one. We get this. How long? How long? This is for the Ariana for the 777 bits, cashing in your receipt for the chocolate, sorry, for the 7-pot douglas, which is essentially black pepper and gasoline. Cheers. When you showed us the package, excuse me, I did what? Oh, oh my gosh. Exclamation point hype. Exclamation point hype. If you haven't gotten in on it already. Although, I feel like my voice doesn't sound as terrible. So, oh gosh, maybe the hot peppers actually did work. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I gotta say, my voice already sounds stronger. This is not a... Oh boy. Oh. I think it did. This is ridiculous. Why? Oh my goodness. This is COVID and mutation trying to stand. Oh no, no more mutation. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, you got 40 seconds. You got 40 seconds. Tell your friends if you want to get in on a hype. Exclamation point hype. If you want to win it. We're going to start this up very, very soon. Oh my gosh. I greatly thank you all, though, for reaching 100% of a level 5 hype train. Which brings us to this point. For the chance for a Astro Canuck mug and t-shirt giveaway. Your choice. I will just need your shipping details so we can get that sent out to you. So let's get this rolling for our level 5 hype train giveaway. Oh boy. Okay, roll it. You think you've already won, to be honest. Oh my gosh, I forgot how hot. It's been a while since that one's been in my face. My tongue is numb. All right, who's it gonna be? Who is it gonna be? Little cute girl. Little cute girl, you got 60 seconds. Make some noise in the chat. Claim your prize, or we will be spinning again. Oh my goodness. Little cute girl, congratulations. Congratulations on the win. Oh boy. Oh. Oh my goodness. Wait, we have these. Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, little cute girl, send me your choice of mug and t-shirt in the DMs on Twitch, and we will get things sorted out for you early this week. But congratulations on that. Thank you guys so much. I'll do one better. I'll drink some coffee. You look like you're experiencing period cramps in my mouth.
Water.
Oh. Buttery fingers, thank you. The water kind of spreads it around, but hey. Oh my goodness. Texan Space Agency, thank you so much for bringing your community over to this channel. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, also one more time for our wonderful rating party of Texan Space Agency. Go check them out. Go support some awesome people on Twitch. Pardon me. Oh my goodness. So, weather brought to you by Texan Space Agency. Well, thank y'all so much as well for the gifted sub to Rams Reef, as well as Series Lee, and not a Hobbit, to Texan Space Agency. On to the spike of appreciation for all y'all. Let's, while we're doing this, also take a look at our image of the tadpoles. I said, which is an incredible structure. 12, well, we're saying about maybe 2,600 light years away. You gotta look before you fall, before you fail doctor's orders. No worries, buttery fingers. I appreciate the lurk once again. Thank you so much. All right, this is starting to dissipate. All right, we got a little bit of movement on the mount, but we are seeing some incredible detail. Some amazing detail with this filter. And interesting how the tadpoles are showing up in the red, in the HA. A little bit of different from what I've been used to capturing in the past, but we'll pick another target after this 30 seconds here to check out. No, buttery fingers, thank you so much for joining us today. Wonderful to see you in here, and yeah, looking forward to catch you on the next stream, or dropping you a follow as well to you, and seeing you on online sometime soon. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it very, very much. All right, let's get this. We'll finish that one. But that's looking really good. Actually, we can probably even stretch it a bit more. And again, it's a lot of this detail, all of the dark nebula, the hydrogen alpha. Seeing more of these, it is awesome. And the star colors as well actually show up really, really nice in this filter. I'm thinking this looks tremendous. Like little bit of movement, but we're getting some very nice detail. So I would like to be able to spend more time on this target. I'm probably gonna have to wait till next season to really get some multiple hours on this target. But let's save this one down and take a look in Stellarium to see what other targets we will have available for us that we can spend a little bit of time on in here. And Tropical Geek, how you doing? How's it going? Good to see you in here. Doing well. Actually, you know what? Let's see if we can go over to the moon, shall we? Why not take a live look at the moon right now? It may be just above the trees for us. If not, there are some targets around that area that we can have another look at. So let's see if we can take a look at the moon, shall we? Moon. Over to the moon. I said, yeah, no worries, little cute girl. Thank you so much. But yeah, Tropical Geek, good to see you. How have things been? All right, let's see. The telescope is heading out towards the moon right now. But yes, thank you so much for joining us, everybody, for coming on in today. Track number 7, thank you very much for the follow. I greatly appreciate you joining us in the observatory. How are you doing today? For those of you who are new to the channel, I welcome you in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are, well, I'm going to try to moon you in a minute. We're going to take a look at, see if we can capture the moon. Take a look at that. Hopefully it's not too low on the horizon. We now today saw humans, wanted to run home. All better for now, hiding at home. Well, good to see you back home, safe and sound today. All right, let's see if we are, if we're on the moon here. Oh. Let's change one thing here to lunar. There we go. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that looks beautiful. Nope. Oh, well, here. Of course, I've forgotten how to... I knew I forgot to do a few things. Track number 7, fellow Anchor Club members stopping by for a lurk and a follow. Can't see, unfortunately, but I hope to catch you soon. Legend, have a great stream. Thank you so much, track number 7. Member of the Anchor Club. Thank you so much for popping in. Look forward to seeing you in the future. But hey, I appreciate the lurks. Very, very well appreciated. Now, also, thank you also for having an AT and an ST somewhere in the message to make me realize that I have forgotten to fix up a couple of things on here. All right, I think that is everything. There we go. That's working. Moon. Yes, this is the only way I can moon you that is within the terms of service. Well, we can turn on the, let's see if we turn on our live, not on our live view. Go over to the focus. Too much. Too little. All right, we zoom in a little more. Now we can see. I haven't seen the ATST before. Doesn't always pop up all the time. Yes, so there is the there's our atmospheric disturbance in play. And this because this is low on the horizon. When the moon is a bigger pizza pie, that's the Astro. All right, so we have actually not too far away. Let's move this down. So, like I was saying before, with looking at the moon at different times, when we're looking along the Terminator. That's the Terminator. That's the line here. You can see more depth of the craters rather than when there is just a straight light source pointing at it. You don't get to see all the details. So it is when you have the moon coming in and out of shadow, you can see a lot of the depths of some of these craters. So also you can see how much this is wobbling. So we're taking an exposure at 0.02 seconds. So you can see this is essentially a video view of it, and that atmospheric disturbance also, because we are fairly low on the horizon right now. The moon has just started to rise, and it's shooting through a lot more atmosphere. Whereas when it rises and it's closer to the zenith, there's less atmosphere to be shooting through, and you get a much clearer picture. What we can also do is take a little bit of video on the moon, and then it'll process that and sharpen it up, and taking only like the clearer frames that come through. So another section that we're looking at right now is we are looking at Tranquility Base, and this is the Apollo landing site. This is the Apollo 11 landing site. Much to do with our lunar lander. So in 1969, when they landed on the moon, that was their base. These two craters right here are 10 and 6 miles in diameter each. So as tiny as they look here, you're still fitting a small town in most of these, in a lot of these craters anyway. So being able to see a little lunar landing module that's only a couple of meters in diameter, it's going to be, you can't resolve those, the landing sites from a ground-based telescope. There's just too much disturbance, it's just too far away, and it's too small. There have been images from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter where you've been able to see some of the tracks and placement of the landing sites. This is basically the one landing site that I've memorized where the landing site is, so I can always point that one out. And again, you can see how much that's wobbling. So shooting low on the horizon isn't always the best option for a lot of these targets. So let's see if we go over to video for a moment, and let me just absolutely decimate everybody's eyesight. Let's fix this up again. So we're shooting at about 1 meter in focal length. Let me fix again some of these options here. 480. Let's go. There we go. Let's get a better look at the moon here. So I am still getting familiar with these settings. Gain 461. Oh, we want to reduce that. That is like going way too high. Usually I shoot at gain 100. We can bring up the exposures. And again, we don't want to get this. Are we going to shoot some video? I don't know. I was looking a little too. All right, let's see if that locks in. My eyes! I need them to see with. Oh, pardon me. Sorry, I usually mute the microphone, but I would totally forget. All right, let's turn this up a little bit here. And yeah, let's shoot a little bit of video and then see if maybe do, I don't know if it just only does like 30 seconds of video, but let's just do 30 seconds on the moon. And then see if it will sharpen it up. And again, I'm still getting used to this. Also, we're using a very narrow band filter for the moon tonight, and it is. Oh, did I do it right? I probably didn't do it right. Image, video. All right. Can I? Oh no, there we go. We want to stack this. We are doing lunar. All right, let's see how this looks. You know a dude who made a 3D model of the moon that you can open on your phone and spin around and play with. And they get a version with all landing sites too. Ooh, that's cool. That's very interesting. If you find out the link to that, please do feel free to drop that in Discord. Always like to check out some interesting tidbits like that. All right, well, that's stacking. That's going to take a little while. Even though it is about 35 seconds worth of images. But again, I want to thank you guys once again so much for reaching that hype train. And the generosity is tremendous. And we are getting worryingly close to that goal. But Kajad, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Vape Doom, Bobo Levu, Ida Kim, as well as Chalky Soup and Fiat Mini Me. And a big thank you very much to Buttery Fingers, to Quick Draw Tier, Van Becan. In general or astronomy chat? I would say astronomy. Ghost Drank My Tea, Dynamite Sky, and Wearing My Helmet. In on there for 2 months in there with that gifted sub. Also, well as Rams Reef, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Rhino Lion, WTF's Hunter, PG Name, Boneless Big Heart, Kite Crafter, and last but not least, Kazuwari. And again, Kajad, thank you so much to Nafru, Rain City Guy, Skybridge, I Caught My Finger, Have Studs, Will Travel, Soft Fluff, Kentarn, Sergio, Andy Aspian, Omega Man, and It's Punjabi. Thank you all so much for that support. It is so well appreciated. And I thank you so much, as always, for everything that you do. And I'm happy to be able to give back, give you something kind of cool from what we have in our merch store as well. There will be different giveaways. We'll kind of pick some different themes as the weeks progress. Who knew streaming could be so life-threatening? It was only a graze. 'Tis but a scratch. More than that's not the sky. It was a different scratch. All right, so let's. So we've stacked the video now. Can I zoom in? We can zoom in. All right, so that's 30 seconds. It's just a flesh wound. Wit. Gonna leave you a tab heading to bed. No worries. Thank you, sir, for leaving the tab up. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. So you can see we have eliminated all of that wibbly wobbly atmospheric disturbance, and we're left with a little more of a smoother-ish image. But let's see if we can increase the the sharpness a little bit. See what we can come up with. And that's actually not looking too bad. I would say possibly with a little more time, perhaps, but you know what? We see where the landing was. This section right here, that's Tranquility Base in the Sea of Tranquility. Now it's called the sea. The Italians had named them the Mare because originally these were thought of as that there was water on the moon and we were looking at oceans. Afterward, we did discover it is just this is titanium oxide deposits, and around here is iron oxide. So when you pump up the saturation on the color, you're going to get more red in this section, and you're going to get more blue. Now, I would be interested to see how much detail we could pull out of this, because we are using a dual band filter that is really only letting through the red and the blue light, essentially. So that'd be very interesting seeing. So now that we got a little bit of a closer look, and we've had these frames stacked up to be a little more crisp, so you can see these two craters, 10 miles and 6 miles in diameter. So when you start looking at other craters like this, you're looking at you're checking out maybe about like 60, 70 miles across. So let's see if we, what is the sharpest we can go on here? How crispy can we make the moon before it doesn't really look like the moon anymore? I would almost say that I could, I probably maybe want to back it. Let's go to, see what 50 points for the sharpness. That looks a little better. Now for the sake of because, let's just absolutely deep fry this thing. That one's kind of overdoing it. I know some people who would be, I want more. I want to break the end of this sharpening filter. Now, it depends on how many and how big of the nukes. Oh, it'll be just extra crispy. All right. More. More. All right, I think that 50% was looking pretty decent without looking like it was overdone. Now we could take more images of the moon. We could do a longer video, but this also eats up a great deal of space. Mild pun intended, of the hard drive space on the ASI Air. But let's we'll save that. So there, see, right there, you can see there's a single frame out of the video, and you can see how blurry that was. So even if we play it, you can see the movement, and what the stacking does, it eliminates all of that extra bubbling and churning. So what we had, it was what looks like about average maybe 5 frames per second, maybe about 30 seconds. Not a great deal. Usually some people will do maybe 10,000 frames on the moon. Like you look at the work from Andrew McCarthy, you look for him on Instagram, that he is Mr. Moon. Like the work that he does is absolutely incredible with that. So there is one of our other images of the moon using our smaller refractor telescope. And again, a little overexposed, but again, still learning how the software works. I feel this one was actually underexposed. But again, there's our... There we go. There's our moon from today. I'll save that a little later. maybe just save that all together. And yeah, so we're still on the moon. Fried cake is super good. Ooh, interesting. Fried electronics, they're not good. Probably one of the leading causes of the magic smoke escaping that makes electronics. Why doesn't this work anymore? The magic smoke disappeared. We lost all the magic smoke. It just went. That was it. FYI, my mouth is still tingling. It knows that there was hot sauce in there. So, however long ago that happened, there is still the remnants.
We copy you down, Eagle. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility.
Oh, wait, can we get it?
Ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again.
Oh, can't zoom in on that. Let's just say, let's get it to land. We get it landed Tranquility Base. You see, look at looking at the Tycho crater, named after Tycho Brahe, or Tycho, whichever way you want to pronounce it. I used to pronounce it Tycho. I also heard a lot more people pronouncing it Tycho as well. I don't know if it's just the way how his name would be pronounced, but you would say you're sorry. It's kind of self-inflicted. This is true. That may be true. You may be very, very right on that. All right, let's do one more. Let's do one more video of the moon. So what do we got? AVI frames per second. We'll go a little longer on this one. M-vacated. M-vacated. Thank you so much for the follow. How you doing today? Welcome to the observatory. We're taking a live look at the moon right now, and we're gonna do. Let's see how long this goes. Maybe it'll go for a minute, or when it runs out of space. We'll see, and then we'll do a stack of the moon. See if that one's gonna look a little better than our previous attempt. Last one was about 35 seconds. Let's see if it'll go like 50 seconds. It just depends on how much memory is left on here. And I'm just going to push it to a minute. We get a minute of information on here. Then we'll see how that looks. I guess I probably could have adjusted some of the other. Oh well. All right. So, when you're looking at, here's another thing I'm really looking forward to, is when the planets like Jupiter and Saturn are going to start being available in the night sky. That's what you're going to do with those, is you take the video and then you stack them, and then it just looks so much better. So here is our single view of the moon. Let's stack that up. We'll let that run through for a little bit. I'll keep that over on our view screen there. Don't give people a button to push if you don't want the button pushed. Well, it's also that little bit of give and take, or give to receive. I appreciate the support. Also, I wouldn't do it if I wasn't okay with the pain, and it wasn't tasty. So holy potatoes. Oh my goodness. Cooking without looking. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. How's everybody doing tonight?
Holy potatoes.
Bitter Dan, how you doing? White Dove 160 Muggins 143. Magic Moon. What's going on, Magic Moon? We have the moon right now. Misty will be here in a minute. No worries, White Dove. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing tonight? Well, hello there, Cooking Without Looking. What's going on? Good to see you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for bringing your community. Hopefully you're doing well. Glad to have you in here. Oh, my goodness. It is a very tremendous evening tonight. We have clear skies. Magic Moon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Hopefully everybody's doing well tonight. But yes, Cooking Without Looking, thank you so much. Go check out their stream. It is
power of Grayskull,
it is a wonderful stream to check out. And if you see online, it's a stream going well. It's going very, very well. We have every time we have this channel point to redeem, a different mustache will go on my face. And most of the time the mustache will come with a silly little voice. This is my tiny little mustache. It sits just above my lips. It's a very small mustache, very demure. But thank you all so much for joining. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I don't know if I can. So yeah, that voice is for that mustache. If a different mustache shows up, there's a different voice and maybe some different parameters for it. But thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much for that. Thank you for throwing the Lego mask on my head. The mustache is a tiny little mustache, very thick in the middle with curls on either side. Doesn't go much wider than my nose. Oh boy. Currently, I appear to be wearing a Lego head, which is why we had a little bit of a muffled voice. But thank y'all so much for joining. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and what we love to do on this channel is take live images of outer space and share them with you and show you something interesting that you don't generally get to see. And with the aid of a very large telescope, 8 inches in diameter, I like to show you images of the moon, of galaxies, of star clusters. Right now, we are looking at the moon. We got an image of the moon with the Tycho crater, a very large, prominent crater with many extending areas out from the ejecta that was created as it expanded outwards across the surface of the moon. And these lines pretty much traverse the majority of the moon. So this is one of the most dominant craters that you can see, surrounded by some of the darker mare, which is the leftover basalt from any of the volcanic activity. So with the moon having a bunch of different shades to it, it's always very interesting to look at in many different phases. The stack has finished. Are those roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads. All right, this is our stack. So usually when we look at the moon, it is through a telescope. It's wobbly. It's not a clear picture. Our atmosphere interferes with many of our astrophotography images. And now I just look like a potato with adorable eyes and a mustache. So yes, we like to, for some of the closer objects like the moon or planets or even the sun, you take video, and what the program will process is it'll get rid of all the images that don't match up and don't fit the overall look of the image, and you're left with just the sharper images that you can adjust. So we did a minute-long video, and it is a massive improvement for the look of the moon and adjusting our sharpness. I think we don't want to overdo it. because some areas might look overly processed, but when you can see as the shadow goes across different areas of the moon, it is you can see the depth of some of these craters. And during a full moon, you don't always see definition. It's just a big flat disc in the sky, and with like you can see the different colors for craters or the different shades. Now the moon isn't completely gray or white. There are minerals within the moon that with the processing you can really pull out those colors. So with the areas that are higher in iron oxide for rust, you get a little bit more of a red tint to it, whereas with the with areas that are higher in titanium oxide, you get more of a blue tint. The filter we're using tonight is a little aggressive, and it cuts out a great deal of light that's passing through. So actually, in a sense, we get almost better contrast with the moon using this filter. And I haven't tried it yet, but if we can really highlight some of the colors in here, I think this might be an interesting filter to work with. So adjusting the sharpness on here, I'm thinking that kind of going 50% brings out enough detail, but doesn't make the moon look fake or overprocessed or something that doesn't appear what we would usually see through a telescope. Iridican wife, what's going on? Iridican, how you doing? Good to see you in here. All right, so I'm going to save that image, and we'll back out of that. So you can see this image of the moon that we're showing right now. It is a little more, it's a little more fuzzy, and it's not quite in focus because, again, our atmosphere really chews up essentially the look of the images. So this is our answer to adaptive optics, where larger professional telescopes that you see on the mountaintops, they have mirrors that will actually bend to counteract all the movement in the atmosphere. So when it essentially the atmosphere, for the way how water bubbles, it does that as well for the images. So it will distort, and you need to be able to correct the mirrors. Because my telescope only cost about $1,000, that's not fancy enough to be able to manipulate the mirrors to get rid of any of that disturbance. What part of Canada are you in? I am in central Ontario. I used to live near Toronto, but now I'm in a rural area where we have very little light pollution. So when we do get to go outside during a clear night, much like tonight, it is the stars are immediately available. We can see that wispy band of the Milky Way overhead, and I count myself very fortunate for where we are. I also do apologize. My voice is starting to go. It has been a very, very long day. So it is. I was very excited to be able to get back home and get the telescope set up, and to be able to share these images with everybody. We had a few targets in mind of what we wanted to look at. We were looking at the at Bode's Nebula, which is a galaxy 12 million light years away. This is a double-barred spiral galaxy, which you have the bright nucleus in the middle and two oppositely rotating arms that will form this almost a spiral structure. What's a few light years? So it is 12 million light years away. Light travels from the sun to us. It takes light just over 8 minutes to reach us. The light that originated from the galaxy that we're looking at has taken 12 million years to reach the telescope. So as far away as as fast as light can travel, it does take an astonishingly long time for it to travel the farthest reaches of space. So even with even if we're trying to communicate with, so even if we're looking at the moon, it's 1 light second away. So we're seeing the moon as it was a second ago. Looking at Mars, you see that as it was 7 minutes ago. And when you start thinking of like greater distances, it just really starts to break your brain of just how immensely, ridiculously far away a lot of these objects are. Maybe our units are too small. Well, also there are larger units. An astronomical unit is, that's 93 million miles. That is also still, 1 astronomical unit is the distance from the average distance of the sun to the Earth. I said 93 million miles. Converted to kilometers, what's that, 100? It's 100, 213? I'm terrible with numbers. I'm better with pictures. Or when you get into parsecs, and that distance is about 3.2 light years away. So, that is just that. When you start to get into much larger units of measure, you want to try to condense them down, representing much larger distances. So, yes, that double-barred spiral galaxy that I was talking about with that bright center and with the 2 arms oppositely rotating. You're not great with numbers or pictures, if that helps. I try to retain as much information as I can cold without trying to, flip through any other resources. But again, I'm still constantly learning about astronomy. I have been doing astrophotography for the better part of 5 years, and to be able to share these images of outer space and talk about astronomy as often as possible, it is what I love to do. So the galaxy we're looking at right now is, like I said, it has a very, very bright white center, and surrounding it are these tiny little pockets, little dots of red and pink, and those are areas where stars are forming in this galaxy. So I think it's always amazing to know that we have those kind of star forming regions in our galaxy, and then seeing them much farther away in other galaxies, knowing that there are stars being born millions of light years away, which could begin to form protostars and protoplanets and solar systems much like ours. Pablo Tapias, hello. What a voice. Awesome. I mean, well, right now, I feel like a little bit more Optimus Prime, a little too rough and gravelly. My voice is actually starting to go. It has been a, it's maybe, hang on. Let me drink some coffee. Hold on. Yes, it is 1 a.m. Okay, that helps a little bit. Minor help. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. and I'm still drinking coffee. He's been forced to talking for some time, and I've been talking for some time, and we forced him upon hot sauce hell. Oh. Yeah, but it's still delicious though. Anytime we eat the spicy food, it's still nice and delicious. Sorry. Cooking without looking. My gosh, apologies. How was your stream today? I apologize. We went off on an incredibly large tangent. How was your stream? My goodness. Fantastic to have you in here. Yes, how did things go with you? I've been rambling on way too much. Just happy to have you in here. Happy to always be talking about astronomy. And no worries, it was mostly good. Your shopper failed you, so we weren't able to make kimchi, but there were yummy breakfast tacos. Ooh. we all now that those embroiled in my community know that we do love talking about food as well. I'm always interested in what people have been having for dinner. What's up for a snack? What really gets your tummy rumbling when you just think about one of your favorite dishes? I've been having fun just listening to the images you've been sharing. Well, like I said, I know it's and I know before you had mentioned that you want that, and I've said before that I would love to be able to help out, and it's been a very crazy time since last we met. Since last I met you for the first time long ago, I was living in the United Kingdom, and then I moved to Canada, living back with my parents for a little bit, and same with my wife. She was living with her mom. And then we managed to find a place together in central Ontario, and then we moved there. So I was very shortly out of quarantine when I came back to Canada back in June, that we packed up once again and moved to a new house in September. So it's been a very... I have crammed maybe about 2 years worth of experiences within like 9 months. So I am aiming in the next few months to get back on track. And not playing any kind of sympathy card. This morning was my father's memorial service, and that is where also we cram a lot of life experiences into a very short amount of time. So it is. But I was very excited to see that we had clear skies tonight, and I know he would be very, very displeased with me if I didn't continue doing this and sharing these images of space and talking about space with my community, and meeting new friends on here. So life is never going to go the way you would expect it to, but I think it is the way of our resilience that shows that there is always something bright to look forward to. I appreciate it. Appreciate the condolences, Magic Moon. With all that's going on, super glad you're here tonight. I'm glad to be here tonight. This is, and as I've said before, streaming has been a very good form of catharsis. When I was back in the UK, my wife, Mrs. Canuck, had moved back to Canada ahead of me while I was selling our house. So having this opportunity to just to ramble on about astronomy. Otherwise, it would be me looking at a computer screen saying, "Look at this galaxy, Tom. Oh, Tom, that's fantastic." Ray's a fan. I appreciate the condolences. Thank you. It's yes. My father was very active in our community. He was known as the Old Balls in here. So yes, very sorely missed. But we had time to be with him. So there is comfort, there is solace in everything that has gone on. So it's yes, it's sad, but at the same time, we have had this time to grieve and just to be able to share all of this, and that's what I love to do, and that's what I want to continue to do. Is share the universe with everybody. Open up the away from this world to our entire universe, the cosmos. Make it accessible to people as much as possible. We have an amazing ability to adapt to the uncertainties and struggles of life. We talk about that a lot because of the blindness. We all have our struggles. Just some are more obvious than others, but that doesn't make them more or less impactful. Speed 11. Can you say something interesting, or a lot of people don't know about astrophotography? Ooh, Speed. I have to think about that one. I'm pretty sure I probably said something before about it. We're gonna have to give me a minute on there. I was out with friends yesterday. We were talking about astrophotography. And one of your friends from Canada as well, R. McNee. Awesome. That's amazing to hear. I mean, there are so many people who are into astrophotography. We have met some amazing friends across Canada, the United States, as well as Australia. And R. McNee, thank you very much for the follow. So we do have, yes, there is the goat. Why do I all of a sudden have a screaming goat on here? Where we moved. We moved to rural Ontario. The previous owners, there's a bit of farmland where we live. They had cows and they had goats, and there were some rabbits here. But when we viewed the property, when we came to look at the place with the realtor, there was a goat who was just yelling. But it's probably just a regular thing that goats do. But we found it so hilarious, and it has become like this weird little unofficial mascot to the channel. So there are goat redeems. Some are louder than others. Pardon me. So it has become just this staple of the stream. We know the goats are no longer on the property. They did they did move away with the previous owners. Or they were made into sausages. I don't know what they did with them, but it was, we almost kind of wanted the goat to stay. Now he's got a couple of telescopes. Couple of telescopes. Not sure of the sizes though. Now, not to sound anyway phallic. It doesn't matter the size of your scope. It really depends on what you want to do with it. Right now, the telescope that we're using, one of a kind.
Okay.
We get it in the beard. Thank you for the lurk. Use your telescopes appropriately, kids, and never look directly at the sun. Always use proper protection. The telescope we're using tonight it has an 8-inch diameter, and it is designed to look deeper into space. It has a longer focal length. It's good for looking at galaxies or looking at more of the details for different nebulae. The other telescope we have on top of this one is 72 meters in diameter. It's a little smaller, but you see a wider field of view. So you won't see the details of a galaxy, but you'll see the context of where it would be among the other stars. And then realizing beyond this sea of stars, which are in our own galaxy, millions of light years beyond our own galaxy can be more little spiral galaxies or little blobs of galaxies. Today a potato talked to me about astrophotography. That's it. I'm done. You picked up a new camera last year with a 60 times zoom and have gotten a couple of nice moon photos. Excellent. Moon is great. The moon is great for long focal lengths and on pretty much any kind of camera, because the moon is so bright. You don't need to worry about tracking. You don't need to follow any individual stars to make sure the telescope is moving across the night sky smooth enough that you can do a long exposure and not have any elongated stars. You have little pinpoint circles on your image. Pablo Tapas, thank you very much for the follow. We welcome you into the observatory. So it is so to come back to speed 11, something interesting that a lot of people don't know about astrophotography. I guess that it would be that the final images that would be shown in like National Geographic or on like NASA's websites, these telescopes take more than one image. And it's not just the image of the it's so we have a little card that comes up and interrupts me with the quote of what was just said. Today, a potato talked to me about astrophotography. That's it. I'm done. Oh, and I'm back. So, I guess for astrophotography, it's not just one shot and done. You need to take multiple images, sometimes hours worth of images. Some people will take years worth of images and then start to process and bring out the details. So if someone says, oh, that's photoshopped, chances are technically, yes, those images would be photoshopped, but not to manipulate the image, but to highlight some of the data, some of the structure of the galaxies, because if you just make it brighter, it doesn't always show up all the details. You need to adjust the contrast, so the darker areas of dust are blocking some of the molecular clouds of hydrogen alpha within these structures, and it really depends on what kind of image you're taking. So if you're looking at a galaxy, you're going to process that a little differently. So there's always going to be something different to do. So it's never just a one and done. And then there are other images you have to take that will get rid of little dust motes on your camera lens that look like faint black donuts on your image. And then maybe there's too much shadow around the corners, and there's other other images you have to take to get rid of that. So there's a great deal that needs to be done for an astrophoto to really start to bring out all the details. I don't know if that is interesting or what, but I always like to explain that astrophotography is never just one and done. That's an awesome feature. How do you make it? It is funny. It's actually very simple in the sense of I'm using StreamerBot, and it is just adjusting a text GDI, and it'll just copy what is said from the channel point redeem. I'm trying to think who. Usually I get some of my, not my ideas, but the execution of the of what's utilized within the programs from checking out videos from Nutty or Andy Lippy, just to name a few, who are really like the big brains for a lot of these programs that will add some pizzazz, some chutzpah to the stream. It's interesting. I had no ideas about the difficulties of this type of photography. I mean, terrestrial photography is good because everything is it's right there. It's micro, it's nanoseconds away essentially. Whereas everything in space, like Pablo, what you're saying, is that you are condemned to never see space in real time. Thinking about even just looking at your hand. I mean, the light takes time. Nothing is ever in real time, no matter what. It could be like, it could be nanoseconds or picoseconds, like very, very small units of measure that take a while to reach a camera lens or reach any of your retinas. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, it's 1:30 in the morning. Let me see how much time we have left with the darkness, until the sun starts coming up. Let's see, 1:30. Probably but got about 3.5 hours. That is more than enough time. What I'm going to do is pick our target that we're going to image for the remainder of the evening. And that is a galaxy called M106. The M standing for Messier, being Charles Messier was the astronomer that cataloged a great deal of these of these galaxies and nebulae and star clusters. So the galaxy we're going to look at, M106, is 25 million light years away. So let's go away from our view of the moon. And the program that we're using will control my telescope and my camera. We can point it to wherever it does need to go. I see streamers setting up some really interesting stuff with the Orenborn these days. It is amazing what some people will do have been doing with this. All right, so we're moving the telescope, rotating it on its axis, much like if you're kind of holding your elbow at arm's length, your forearm at 90 degrees from your elbow, and rotating it either left or right is the way how the telescope will move, with your elbow pointing toward the North Star, so that while the Earth is rotating, the telescope rotates counter to the Earth, so that it maintains the pinpoint stars. So let's see if we are. So the telescope will also, when we move to a target, it'll take a picture, analyze the image, and make sure that it's pointing exactly where it should be. This is called plate solving, and sometimes it'll work on the first try. Other times it will take a little while. Right now, the image that we were looking at here. Okay, here's a good example of some of the images we were already looking at earlier. This is a 5 second. This is 5 seconds? No, hang on. Let me try this again. A very short exposure of 5 seconds isn't going to reveal much more than the little points of light from the stars. But the camera we use is fairly sensitive, and you can start to see a little bit of the center of the galaxy. Now, this doesn't seem to be centered completely. So one of our tools will actually be a crosshair that we can see it's just a tiny bit off. And if we do the plate solving one more time, it should move it into the center. Anyone else find it ironic? We know Messier for his catalog of I don't know, I don't want, but the fact that he was hunting comets and wanted to be known for finding comets is usually the forgotten bit. And that's generally what happens within astronomy, where it doesn't always turn out the way you want it to. And I kind of hearken this to when we were looking at certain objects. Oh, what's going on here? Oh. All right. So the telescope is rotating in the opposite direction now. This is what's known as a meridian flip. So I think that my target actually might be on the cusp of, yeah, we're pointing pretty much straight up. So I think it's all right. Let's make sure that we have the telescope pointing at the right target. Sorry, just trying to get everything set up. Once you're kind of set up for the last shot of the evening, it's just important to make sure that everything is pointing in the right direction. And if we... All right, so let's turn off our crosshair. So with this, there's the telescope will do a great deal of automation once we start running it. It'll track the object, it'll take the pictures, it will move the telescope ever so slightly after every image, just to randomize the noise that comes from a long exposure, and that will make sure that when it lines up with all the stars up, it's going to look a little more smoother, and that way you can you can adjust the image more without amplifying any of the artifacts and the errors that come with long exposure photography. So it's getting all of that set up. That can take a while. 5 hours, that's going to be too long. We want to do an imaging session that's going to last about 3.5, maybe. Let's do, how much long does 30 exposures get me? 2 hours and 30 minutes, not long enough. Let's look at 45 exposures. Why does long exposures cause issues? Because we're dealing with such low light conditions and the telescope needs to follow an object, like even it will take a while for all the light to reach the telescope, and because they're so dark and most of the targets are dark and dim, you need the camera to absorb as many of the photons as possible to bring out the brightness. Whereas when we're shooting any images with the camera on Earth, terrestrial photography, everything is basically going to be nice and bright. Otherwise, the camera essentially it'll heat up too much, which will cause thermal noise, which gives you like a grainy texture where it essentially almost makes up. You'll get like some red, green, and blue blotches in the image. Was at the space station. Yes, anytime ISS shows up in a word, some people say, I missed that, and the ISS will fly by. There are other commands on the channel that will trigger other events. Some are well known, some are unknown. Oh, we're back to the tiny little handlebar mustache. That's just about the width of my nose, with the little handles sticking up. So with this channel point redeem, there can be a exclamation CMD. I might also have to update that a little bit too. Yes, there can be one of 6 different mustaches that should show up. Unfortunately, it just seems to be stuck on this mustache, so I'm forced to have the ridiculous voice until the mustache is shaved off. Oh.
Okay.
I forgot to make it so the bot lurk doesn't show up, doesn't trigger Homer Simpson walking into my beard. All right, I think for the exposures, I'll probably do 35 exposures, 2 hours and 55 minutes. Let's do 39 exposures, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Should be good. Meridian estimate 8 minutes. Okay. All right. So shut down ASI air. That'll shut everything down. That'll put the telescope back to the home position where it's perpendicular to the ground. Let's see. Make sure that's all good. Restart our guide scope. Yes, I've always been told that the telescope mount is basically going to be your most important piece of equipment, because you could have like the best telescope, but if your mount is unstable and not very steady, then there isn't any amount of nice cameras or good telescope optics that are going to fix that. So I feel as well what I've done, I've gone not overboard with my telescope mount, but it is I tried to future-proof things, so I wasn't thinking that maybe even like a couple of years down the road I would want to buy another mount, or I would need to buy another mount. It's just that I would want to buy another mount. That's a totally different story. We also like to collect a lot of astrophotography equipment. All right, let's just making sure that everything is looking good for the weather conditions. Let me just make sure that nothing has drastically changed on me, so so that's all looking good. Favorable, no cloud forecast. So there is a there's a website called clearoutside.com, and as long as the forecast for the overnight is green, then you are in good favor for taking images of outer space. Otherwise, you're going to see when there is going to be more cloud coverage or the possibility of rain or any type of precipitation. That is just going to completely ruin your imaging time. Even in the meat camera astronomy, you love a springy mount. It can become a huge headache. Learn about the exposition triangle, and you'll get it. Fair enough. All right, so we have our channel point redeem of the possibility of making it rain. And because we were in the winter months, which I'm going to have to be changing that soon, there's the possibility it would either rain on screen or it would snow, and we just had a little bit of a snowfall. Sorry for English, you're not an English speaker, but you're doing your best. Pablo, no worries. I am very patient. So if you need to retype messages, retype a message. That's all good. All right. Everything looks good for our weather forecast, and the imaging should be looking decent. Ooh. We're doing 3 minutes. Oh. Sugar lump. No, those are 5-minute exposures. What am I doing? That's good. That's fine. 3 hours and 15 minutes. Pablo, you're most welcome. Stealthy Rascal, been lurking for a while, but had to laugh at the make it snow for the winter months. There's little weird things I like to add in the stream, and sometimes people don't discover them. And there are a couple of things that people still haven't discovered since I started like 18 months ago. So there's just some chat commands lurking in there. Some clues have been given out. I love science fiction. I love video games. Think of different tropes like that. That will kind of bring up different command events. Usually when Sunday mornings, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we do have our Lazy Sunday Lego stream. And that is building a themed Lego set, trying to keep it as space-based as possible, but we'll go off on a tangent every now and then. So the game is afoot. There's no foot command. So, my train of thought completely derailed. All right, we'll start the exposures for... Oop, nope, I want to reset. I want to just start imaging. No feet command either. No, the only time you guys get to see feet is if I do a Lego fire walk. That's it. And there's only been one so far. All right, we are starting our first image. What we'll do, at least for the next 5 minutes, is make sure that this image does show up. Hmm. I enjoyed that stream, and I'm very happy for how things progressed. I am very grateful for all for the support from the birthday subathon last weekend. And there are still some other elements that will carry on. Like right now for our goal of 400 subs by April 13th. If we do that, I will completely shave my head, as well as making a donation to the Canadian Cancer Society in support of bladder cancer research. So that is the goal for by mid-April, because we did kind of start this month a little later after everything going on with my father. So rather than just end our goals at the end of March, we just have that extended. I wonder if you're a Star Trek Next Generation fan. Make it so #1. Not yet. I'm trying to get the... I want to add just the voice command where I just say computer, and a little sound would pop up. While I am a Star Trek fan, I'm still a bigger Star Wars nerd. But there's always... See, also, for when everybody starts guessing what some Easter eggs could be within the chat, it just fuels more ideas for what I can add later down the line. And there is a myriad of things I want to add onto the stream, and try to... Pardon me. This is the way. Try to add more. Add one more thing every week or every other stream. So always a work in progress. This is not a sprint. We wouldn't even know where I would be sprinting to. This is a marathon, what we're doing here on Twitch. And there are, like I said, there are long-term plans. There are plans beyond Twitch, plans to be opening up our property to people to come out to have live star parties, and just share the night sky together. And I look forward to that day once we can get everything ready. There's preparation we still have to do. We also still need to get proper insurance as well for our place. But then farther down the line, wanting to have cabins built that people can stay and have their own experience under the stars. So you don't need to be there on a certain star party day. If there is a clear weekend forecast, you'd be able to book the cabin and stay there for the weekend. So no kind of pressure on that. So that's also the other very fortunate position that we're in, to be able to offer that in the future. So yes, more than just Twitch. Other levels of science communication that I want to do. And right now it's not a completely viable full-time option, but I would love to be able to turn this into the full-time career. And also somehow manage to squeeze in more schooling and get a proper degree in astronomy. That's part of why your astronomy clubs in New Jersey have partnered with a state park. And it's also, I feel like, yes, we've done some amazing things on here, and I'm feeling a little more confident now to start to reach out to some other places and other companies to say, listen, here's what we're doing. What can we do? What can I do to expand more of what we're doing here? And as I look at this image that just came through, I am nowhere near the target. I am nowhere near my target of this galaxy I'm looking for. Well, let's try this again. Wow. All right. Here's why when you take a picture, you really need to be sure you're on the right place. State Park has the camping. Sorry, cereal bowl. All right, let's try this again. Readjust this. Okay, so we are at essentially 2 in the morning. Let's see if we're on target. The telescope did not move, but it is where we want it to be, so it is going to track completely across the night sky without needing to rotate to the other side. And now that looks like that. You can see the fuzzy galaxy in the middle of the image. Let me just compare it against some other stars we have looked at before. Iridican wife. Oh boy, thank you very much for the 200 bits. Thank you, greatly appreciated. For your receipt for 200 bits. We'll do 100, 200 bits worth of ghost pepper peanuts. Thank you. My mouth is spicy again. They're good. They're quick draw.
Oh, okay.
Quick draw, you handsome devil. Thank you very much for the lurk. Appreciate it very much. yeah. Too late, Iridican. I am a man of my word. All right, let's we gotta stop that guiding. This is the telescope is. See, let's make sure that we're. Stealthy rascal. Stealthy rascal. Thank you very much for the 200 bits. 100, and that's a whole peanut. 200 bits. Yes, they are spicy. Sometimes, I don't know if it'll happen now, I do get the hiccups from these. These are surprisingly some of the most, the hottest peanuts that I've had. And sometimes you see like commercial, like the Doritos spicy fire. That's not really hot. These things are hot. You need a subscription on Amazon.ca for a regular supply of antacid. So far, I've noticed, you know what, for the most part, I have never actually had, knock on wood, heartburn from the spicy food. It usually comes from like Domino's pizza or a lot of garlic. But oh my gosh, coughing doesn't help. Yeah, the peanuts are very hot. I have some ghost pepper chips, and we also do have different levels. Sorry, different levels of hot sauces. For things that we do on here. Don't breathe it. Gers, ever thought about doing the Hot Ones challenge? Actually, yes. My brother was talking about it with me. He was on the stream a while back when we were doing our charity fundraiser, raising some money for Movember. And he was keen to kind of come back on the program and do something a little different, but incorporating that the Hot Ones challenge in here. Ever heard of the one chip? Yes, and that broke you. Oh boy. I am waiting to see what they're going to do for the next round. The 2021 is sold out on their website, and I'm just kind of leery to buy like the aftermarket stuff off of Amazon and eBay. I'd be more worried about how it makes you feel the next day. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, 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 the flames went higher. And it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire. Ring of fire. All right. Oh, okay. Here's something cool. On our guide camera, it takes images every 3 seconds. We have our dots that are stars, but there's this little line that's moving across the screen. And that is either a satellite. It's most likely a satellite. It's not moving very fast, but it is moving in tiny increments across the screen. Too bright to be an asteroid, but most likely we are going to see satellites in a lot of our images, and they show up as a as a steady straight line. Sometimes if you have a wobbly line going through your image, that would be space junk. It'd be like a tumbling satellite that's just no longer in control. When you hover over it, it says Direct Relief 2018. Not sure what that was. Oh, is that for Amazon? Interesting. That's a whole new meaning for the song. Made you remember the vocalist of ZZ Top with that song. Inspiration, who knows where it comes from? It can come from anywhere. I mean, you don't taste the heat second go around, but you sure do feel it. And there's one of the goats when it's louder and longer. All right, Alex, you're heading off to bed. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Always wonderful to see you in here. All right, let's make sure. Let me check that we're still on target. Satellite is steady short blips. ISS is super fast and way brighter than anything. I did see the ISS. We're kind of coming back into that period where the International Space Station is going to start making multiple passes overhead over the next couple of weeks. And I did see it this evening when I was getting things set up. You should probably turn in too. So great to catch your stream. Thank you so much, Misty, for joining. Appreciate the lurk. Wonderful to have you in here. And as always, let's give one more shout out to Cooking Without Looking. Go check them out. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you. Looking forward to catching one of your streams again soon, and just myself being back in a more active role on Twitch, and just hanging out with more familiar communities that we've passed by like ships in the night every now and then. You saw it on the camera coverage of the rollout. Oh, with the satellite and the ISS. That's cool. I mean, we watched a bit of the rollout as well the other day. I hope things calm down for me in life soon. Have a lovely night, everyone. Thank you so much. We'll see you again real soon. We are going to make sure this image is, or our target is centered. And let's make a small adjustment here. And then we'll get this image rolling. So we should have clear skies up until about 5 in the morning. So that still gives me about 3 hours of imaging time, which is good because I think this will probably bring our total on this galaxy up to about 9 hours. And that's centered. That's what we want. Didn't say cheese. Cheese. I should make that a command for a screenshot. All right, so here's the galaxy. Let's go back to our auto run session. We have to reset. These are 5-minute exposures, and let's see if we do 35 exposures. 2 hours 55 minutes. That's kind of cutting it close. I think I have to do 2 hours 45 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. So that guiding settings. Dither every 3. Perfect. Dithering is the point when the camera or the telescope will move a little bit, so that when you are taking images, you don't get... See, as the Earth rotates and the telescope rotates counter, all this little bit of noise in here that we see, all the green, the red, and the blue, as the telescope keeps moving, this basically stays the same while it is stacking this image. And it leaves these weird little streaks, and that's called walking noise, which is what you don't want in an astrophotography image because that becomes very difficult to edit out. So as long as the camera moves ever so slightly, it will randomize a lot of this noise in the image so that you're only stacking all the good signal and you're getting rid of the noise. That is where it comes into your signal to noise ratio. So the galaxy we've started imaging. This is M106, a spiral galaxy in the constellation of Canis Venatici. And it is about 25 million light years away. And it is receding away from us at 537 kilometers per second. And it may be a member of the Ursa Major cloud, a loose agglomeration of galaxies, which also include M108 and M109. Since the 1950s, M106 has been known as a source of radio emission and appears much larger in radio radiation than the visible light. The star didn't say cheese. Thought it was something from the ISO. Now you want to hear the Peter Gabriel song. Which one's that? I always just think of is Steam Peter Gabriel, or is that Genesis? Did he break off and do his own thing? Signal to noise. Ah, you're not familiar with that one. The more that it's surrounding us, the more that it destroys us. Turn up the signal to wipe out the noise. Oh, sugar lumps and weasels. Well, that first exposure is going to be slightly garbage. I didn't start guiding. All right, Genesis was Phil Collins, Peter Gabriel in the early years. Ah, okay. Close. I'm gonna say I was close. That was kind of like a horseshoes and hand grenades. Peter did 4 solo records where he experimented with a lot of backward drum solos or drum sounds. I think backward anything sounds. There was I remember playing I was playing Alone in the Dark, the video game, on Sega Dreamcast, and there was one room you went into and everything was backward. It was very unnerving. And then Phil Collins released a song, In the Air Tonight, where he stole the backwards drum sound and made millions. it's always interesting what for who like resonates and becomes like their sound when it was almost more inspired than or lifted from other people. It's always interesting how that works out. And it's always mildly frustrating when things like that happen. It was so much more creative than in the air tonight. And that's what can be frustrating as well, is that someone will do something, someone will do the same thing, but just this odd little twist that just doesn't sound as good as what I feel that. I love the song. It is iconic. It is. I do wish that we could play more mainstream music on Twitch. But there are copyright rules. It's a little unfortunate because, yeah, it's a little, just little pop culture references that would, that certain music would just bang on fit. But we work with what we got. And I think that's also where certain other levels of creativity need to, but just end up shining through. Let's see how this exposure looks. Okay, so we are where we want to be. That's good. This was, you can see there was the elongated stars. And see how they're moving, and then I turned on the guiding and everything was nice and round. So that is why with images that you're shooting, you want to be able to have good guiding. This might throw things off a tiny bit. Yeah, the galaxy isn't exactly in dead center. Yeah, that's fine. That is okay. You can't justify, you're 1 a.m. Here now, you can't justify staying awake any longer to be up and thinking at 9 a.m. Fair enough. Well, what we're going to do is I am going to be signing off as well. We are on the target of what we are aiming to image for the rest of the night. Saturday, we are going to be... Saturday, hopefully we will... Oh my goodness, the peanuts. The peanuts have come back. Saturday, we'll look to... I'll download the data and we'll do some image editing on the... Don't cough, burp, or fart. Depending on what we had today, tomorrow might be a revisit of International Don't Trust a Fart Day. It has been a absolutely wonderful evening with everybody tonight, and I thank you all so much for joining in. Like I said, we'll be back. Friday will be our astronomy chat. Throughout the week, actually, what I might throw in will be a bonus lazy weekday Lego stream to kind of make up for today. And you as well, Gers. So, and we'll try to add, we'll be adding another stream into the mix in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, regularly Fridays our astronomy chat. Saturdays is going to be our rainy day astronomy, and then Sunday mornings back to our regular schedule for Lazy Sunday Lego, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But until then, I want to thank you all so much for joining, and thank you so much for everybody who have subscribed and resubscribed and donated bits and gifted subscriptions. We are more than halfway to this donation where we might be getting rid of what's left of the hair come April 13th. I also want to thank Cooking Without Looking for the raid today. For the raid, as well as Texan Space Agency. Thank you all so much for bringing in your communities with over to this channel and being able and allowing me to share the night sky with everybody. Those are your those are your raid messages. For those who are subscribed, that first one with the holy potatoes is yours. Those who are not subscribed, do not worry, I got you covered. I will look after you with a fun raid message. But tonight, I think we're going to let's see. Let's go over to, and I will probably end up. I'll stick around for a little bit. But in terms of some Lego fun, I think because we didn't get to do it today, I think we're going to go send you guys over to Amish Ace, a fantastic Lego streamer and always a. Actually, you know, I gotta apologize. I need to recheck my list because I have had issues where.
So that's going to be the color of this board, right?
It wasn't. No, he is still on. He's still going. All right, yes. So I will be sending you guys over to Amish Ace once again. Those are our raid messages. Let's get this going over here. There we go. All right. So we are imaging. We're imaging M106, a galaxy 25 million light years away. Telescope is going to continue running throughout the night, and I'll get all that data downloaded in the morning so we can chill and relax with that. Get things set up. You guys have been absolutely tremendous. Congrats to Little Cute Girl for winning the giveaway as well. For every time we do have a level 5 hype train, there will be an Astro Canuck merch giveaway. I also want to thank our new followers to the channel. I am grateful for you joining in and following and sticking around after the raid with Cooking Without Looking. And it has been my absolute pleasure to be sharing the night sky with you as I love to do as often as possible. So, as always, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, a very good morning, a very good night, wherever you are. We'll see you again real soon. Take care.